about Hitler being dead and all this, right? They brought all the Nazis over here and had them train all of our police and all of our politicians. And it wasn't just him. It was a bunch of Nazis. I don't trust I trust the Nazi government, and well, I mean, I don't trust the Nazi government, but I'm saying, like, I don't trust our government any more than Hitler's government. What's the difference? Same people, same training, same bullshit. All the fighter aces and all the interrogators and all the people that fought us in the war for the Nazis, we brought them over here and we had them teach all of our fucking army people and all of our teachers, you know? I don't know why we did this. I think it's because America is the new Nazi Germany. I believe. I believe we have a Hitler right now trying to draw power right now. I don't really see the difference. You know, what's the difference? Same red hat, same red fucking shit, same red stuff even. What's the fucking difference? Trained by the same Nazi interrogators, all this other stuff. And so I don't know, like, you know, so yeah, I don't like my government, no. And I will speak out against them, and I know they'll shoot me in the chest with a high-power rifle. That's escape for me. It would be welcome. It would be welcome if they shot me with a high-power rifle from across the street, like they did JFK or John Lennon or, you know, all the other luminaries of the world. It's okay. You can kill me. I give you permission, you know. The world that you built with your traitorism and your fucking Nazisms and your fascisms and the Democratic and the Republican parties and stuff, the world that you built isn't worth living in.
So soon.
Which is why the suicide, fentanyl, you know, depression rate is through the hooks, through the roofs. It's why the school shootings are through the roof. You know, it's because everybody's crazy because you choke the world with your Nazi government and you need to die now. Or maybe not die, but I mean, like, the government needs to die. It needs to go away, and we need a brand new election. Complete election. This is not what the Founding Fathers dreamed of. You guys are traitors. And don't you ever think about dropping a nuke without my permission, or I'll show up in your bedroom and I'll slit your fucking throat myself. Do not launch a weapon in America without my permission, or I'll find a way. I'll show up in your fucking room sooner or later, and I'll slit your fucking throat myself. Do not drop a nuke like you did in World War II. Don't you even fucking think of it, or I'll slit your fucking throat myself, you traitor government. Don't you even fucking think of it. You think you've got this power? Nah, you gotta ask us first, motherfucker. We put you there. Don't you think about pulling triggers without our permission. We do not give you permission. I do not give you permission to do that. You do that, I'll come kill you. I'm dead serious.
On the global
I consider you far worse of a fucking threat direct to me. My own government is far worse of a threat to me than China, Russia, and and Israeli and Hamas combined. All four of those forces do not equal the fear that strikes in my heart when I think of the U.S. government. It is a reality. I will speak plainly because I figured they probably will kill me, you know?
Through the conversation.
I'll speak plainly, you know. I don't believe in you. I don't believe in your fascism. Fuck you. And fuck the Republicans that you wrote in on, that you dick wrote in on.
And unfortunately, it is not for positive things. Even though we are still just in the first quarter of the year, one look to the west and you can see that the dragon seems to be slipping down. Yes, China's economy seems to be getting worse. And at this point, it just doesn't bode well for investors and those whose fortunes are tied to the Chinese state. I know after the Evergrande and Alibaba declines last year, many thought the worst was over, but no.
No, the rogue governments are going to start nuking each other. Didn't you know? That's what they did in World War II. I mean, why wouldn't they? They already pushed that envelope. It's on the table. It's been there. It's been sitting there for 100 years. Oh yeah, you know, nukes are coming. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. The same bullshit that they did in World War II. They'll just nuke Hiroshima and they'll be like, "Hey guys, we dropped a nuke. Did you know?" No, we didn't. But we're coming to your house to kill you now, traitor.
Dan says only just begun.
It's what we should have said in World War II. But back then, we actually still respected our government. We didn't see it coming. We were like, okay, you dropped the bomb without our permission. Okay, seems kind of extreme. But you are the government. I guess it's your business. You run the military. You decide. The war's been horrible. But I don't believe a single American would have got behind that. Well, maybe. Maybe some of them would. But I'd like to think that most Americans wouldn't have got behind that. They would have been like, no, talk to Japan first. I think most Americans would have been like, no, talk to Japan first and at least make the threat. You know? Be like, we are going to drop the nuclear bomb tomorrow if you do not surrender now. I think that's what most Americans would have said. Instead, you just snuck around like the little deep state cocksuckers that you are, buying Jeffrey's wares and such, and sneaking around like little piece of shit demons, sneaking around behind closed doors with your OPEC policies, and you're sneaking around and all this. You dropped that bomb without our permission, and it's an old wound that happened before I was born, but I'll never let it go, traitors. Hey, you did that 100 years ago. We still haven't recovered from it, motherfucker. If there's ever a nuclear war, who do you think's going to strike us first and why?
I'll be explaining to you why the Chinese economy is getting worse and the reasons and effects.
I'm sick of you killing the world while I stand by and fucking watch. I'll draw arms against you at this point. I don't care.
Behind this. For the benefit
Stop killing the world.
Of your portfolios and your monetary interests,
and your money
you will want to watch this video in its entirety. I can guarantee that some of the reasons you will hear here will shock you and inspire you to reevaluate your position.
Yeah, towards the government. Yeah, my position towards the government, it is killing us very clearly, and I would draw arms against them if I thought anybody would do it with me. It's traitor time. Don't love my government anymore. You're sending money to hoes overseas. We got problems at home. Stop playing Captain Save-A-Ho. I don't like the Democrats or the Republicans. Get the traitors out of here now.
When the second...
Start a new vote. A popular vote. Age 5 and up. Where every motherfucker in this country gets to say what happens instead of them. You know what they've been doing, stealing with that electoral college for 200 years. Get these fucking parasitical traitors the fuck out of here now.
Economy starts slipping. It's wise to pay attention. I wish I was
joking. Nah. You push that traitor? Fuck you. You're no worse than him.
Right. So without wasting much time, let's dive right into why the Chinese economy is getting worse.
Yep. Well, because of the American government.
Talk about how China is suffering silently has not
because of the Chinese government
begun today. It has been a hot topic even on this channel in the past year as different events and different situations transpired both within the Chinese borders and externally that spelled doom for the nation. As we go over the reasons that are acting as catalysts to the decline of the nation's economy, I will do my best to recap the videos for you point by point. But if you haven't watched past videos on the topic, I highly recommend you check them out on the channel. Now, sip your coffee and let's proceed. It is prudent that I talk about the real estate sector issues first, as the real estate sector contributes to 29% of China's GDP. Last year, one of the
How much of the U.S. GDP is real estate? Oh, 14%. I guess that's about right. But so yeah, about January 23, they were saying about 12%. So let's call it 10, right? Seems to be kind of like, yeah, about 12. No, it seems to be about 13. Oh yeah, no, it was up. It's like 13%. So we'll call it 15, right? So what is that? That's like, 15, 30, 45, 60, 65, 90, 105. That's like 1/6 of all of our gross domestic product is rent. 1/6 of it. This is because the landlords have ruined the world.
Developers in the world, Evergrande, had a situation that sparked what could only be described as the beginning of the decline in the Chinese real estate market.
International disaster.
Let me recap
just
it for
say
you
it.
very quickly.
International
Chinese
monetary
property
disaster.
giant Evergrande, whose liabilities exceed $300 billion,
Yay.
failed to meet interest payments to international investors.
Oh, good.
That situation
cool. A Chinese company owns international investors. Do we go to war to get that money or what? Nah, he goes, well, I'm not paying you.
Investors who feared contagion across Chinese property and banking sectors as the giant company scampered to find a solution. Evergrande also began selling assets to raise the money it owes to customers, investors, and suppliers, and its own employees. However, this did not last long. Finally, Evergrande failed to meet a debt repayment and defaulted on 2 bonds. There are several reasons why Evergrande's problems were a major concern in regard to the economy of China, and even on a grander scale. This included the fact that many people had bought unbuilt properties from Evergrande, and a default meant people could lose their funds in totality. Also, defaulting on international debts meant sending a lot of companies into bankruptcy. There are several other reasons, but you can learn about those by watching other videos on this channel. In 2022, the damage to the real estate arena has not been fully recovered, and in fact, it keeps worsening. The Chinese real estate market is falling at a rate of 1% per month, and this is sending property values all the way down. Also, other real estate giants are suffering defaults due to a wide array of issues. Not least among them is China's issue of ghost cities. You see, about 20% of the total urban housing properties in China, which account for around 65 million properties, are vacant. This 20% includes large sections of cities like Tianducheng, Thamestown, Binhai, and many others, which span across hundreds of square kilometers, but have far more empty buildings than occupied ones. Such ghost cities in China have well-connected roads, infrastructure, skyscrapers, and a variety of public spaces, but are vastly underpopulated, and have vast areas that are complete without residents. Normally, the conventional definition of a ghost city is one that was economically booming with a large population, but is no longer thriving. China's are the opposite. Its 3rd and 4th tier cities are fully built up with the promise of becoming economic hubs. But due to high investment costs or a lack of economic opportunities, they fail to attract inhabitants. With money tied to unlivable, unsellable, and unoccupied buildings, real estate companies are in compromising positions. The challenge that then comes for developers can potentially impact China's financial system significantly. If several real estate developers and firms default, as Evergrande did, banks and other lenders may be forced to lend less. That could lead to what is known as a credit crunch, when companies struggle to borrow money at affordable rates. In this light, a credit crunch would be very bad news for the world's 2nd largest economy, because companies that can't borrow find it difficult to grow, and in some cases are unable to continue operating. With the implementation of the 3 red line policy by the CCP, a set of rules that just put a cap on the amount of money a company can borrow, it was basically guaranteed that companies could not get new debt anymore. This resulted in the companies who were now struggling for cash suffering bond price sell-offs, along with stock price slumps. Given that about 90% of the Chinese population has ties to real estate and home ownership, it makes sense that such a reaction would occur. After all, if the company is struggling, who wants to own their bonds? Bonds meant to guarantee safety. Due to this, China's biggest bond saw $460.4 million of outflows last month alone, as an exodus of money from Chinese assets continued. Couple the declining real estate values, the ineligibility of real estate development companies to secure more money to finish and start projects, along with investors massively pulling money from Chinese markets, and the problems just pile up. When the factor responsible for almost a third of the nation's economy suffers such deep issues, then you can be sure that China's economy will feel the punch. Right, the causes of China's problems aren't done. However, hang on, you'll really want to hear about the next one. If you haven't watched past videos on the subject of regulatory pressure by the Chinese Communist Party, I highly recommend you check out the videos on the channel. But here's a brief recap. The CCP has its hands in everything. By everything, I mean everything. This is evidenced by the Alibaba sanctioning that led to massive losses that the company still has not recovered from years later. and the Ant IPO that, despite being set to be the world's largest, was blocked by the CCP to inflict a major blow on Jack Ma. This came in the aftermath of Jack Ma giving statements that were regarded as offensive to the government. What the CCP did with Jack Ma, and has since done with hundreds of other companies, only serves the purpose of showing us how intensely difficult it is to prosper in China. Once a company begins to get too large and the owners too powerful, the CCP immediately intervenes to stop them from having too much power. What this does, however, is limit companies from growing to their potential. It also places a cap on the kind of growth one can have without being political, aka supporting the CCP. Because of the influence that the CCP has, it has, in recent times, been performing market manipulation at its finest. This means that there can be no faith that can be placed in the Chinese stock market behaving organically. The stock market has double-digit swings, both positively and negatively, frequently. And this does not bode well with anyone with the smallest idea of how safe investing should go. The CCP has even gone so far as to pump billions of dollars to inflate the Chinese stock exchange, when they have felt they were leaning towards the losing side in regards to public perception. This manipulation has resulted in money being lost in the millions by unknowing investors. The CCP, aware of this, has come out to say that they will ease strict regulations on both the stock and real estate sector. But this is a take as old as time. We have heard these same words before, and yet the result has been the same. With the CCP in power, China has become uninvestable. Foreign money is hesitant to come in, and given the fact that only 9% of residents in China invest in the stock market, this is going to cause problems of an irreparable nature to Chinese stocks and businesses. If you have Chinese stocks in your portfolio, or are considering buying some, this is the time to reevaluate strongly, or at least make sure you have the stomach for it. The reasons for the decline of the Chinese economy continue. You cannot afford to miss out on these next ones that I will discuss. Another major reason why China's economy is bound to get worse than it currently is comes as a result of China's actions on the world stage. You see, China, as of late, has a terrible foreign policy that has manifested in unstable or weak ties with the rest of the global community. You're probably wondering how that would have an impact on the economy. Well, let me enlighten you. China is an export nation. China exports consumer electronics, data processing technologies, clothing, other textiles, optical gear, medical equipment, the list goes on and on. The problem is that due to the foreign policy they implement, the nation is disliked by its best customers. This means that the trade agreements and relationships become very fragile. This is why analysts give China about 10 years to become a service-based industry if it wishes to continue growing, or at the very least preserve its progress. In light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, some fears exist within the nation and its economy that the USA will sanction China for its ties with the Russian government. This comes in light of China either supporting, condoning,
Oh my God!
clearing
I won?
the diplomatic
Oh, no.
way for
I was thinking
Russia
it was
to
a different
proceed
thing.
with what
I thought I rolled on
seems like
Gila.
generally frowned upon
I
actions.
rolled on a Gila. Where'd it go?
Whether this takes place or
You
not
bumped it
is yet to
down.
be
Oh
seen.
no, that guy won that one.
However,
I
the
see. I didn't win that
possibility
one.
of it
Aw.
has investors on edge.
was
One
like,
can
I
argue
won?
that the
Ooh.
domestic issues that
Nope.
China has also threaten to collapse the nation from within. Chief among them is their unbalanced population, which holds more elderly people than working class folks, the effect of which will compound more and more with time as the effects of a low birth rate continue to plague the country. Soon we will see a working population whose tax contribution can no longer support a large base of retirees.
Moving to Stargate.
Only recently, China announced that Shanghai, the nation's second largest city, would be going into another lockdown, much to the outcries of many citizens. This started off as a level 2 lockdown, but now it requires everyone to remain confined to their homes. This has the obvious effect of negative economic growth. You see, it's estimated that if this persists in Shanghai alone, By the time the lockdown there is lifted, it would have had a 0.4% GDP impact on the entire nation's economy. This might seem small, but when you look at the size of China's economy, you can see that this is a lot of money on the line. Chinese cities have been having lockdown after lockdown since 2020, and this latest Shanghai lockdown further emphasizes the point that companies who had their businesses affected were making. You see, the Shanghai lockdown will affect the Apple factory there, and the Tesla Gigafactory that is there as well. If this continues, the aforementioned companies might wish to relocate elsewhere, which would be a heavy financial blow to China, from lost taxes and employment opportunities from those two companies alone. The last thing to note is that supply chain issues that were already a problem and are still in the process of being rectified will be magnified following the lockdown of such a big city, a city that houses almost 30 million people. The reality of the situation is that China is in big trouble. More trouble than many would like to admit right now. Between all the issues stated above, one can see that it won't take a lot of further catalysts to mess up the economy. I guess it's a matter of time to see when and how the Dragon of the West will react to this, and if indeed their economy will fall under the weight of all these issues that are plaguing it.
Everywhere you go, including on channels like mine that's critical of the CCP, you hear one thing. China's growth has been impressive. 10% growth for years on end. No matter the size of the economy, that's impressive. But do it in a country of 1 billion plus people.
2 of them. I didn't see the
that's
second
nothing
one.
short of a miracle.
I like not having
But
armor.
what
It
if
makes
I
the game a
told
lot
you
more fun.
that the CCP has fooled everyone, including me?
Approaching Stargate.
Their greatest feat isn't their miraculous
Nope,
growth,
they've been lying.
but rather having everyone believe that they have had
China's not
miraculous
doing well.
growth.
China's rise has been something of a miracle.
This announcement comes as China's GDP grew by just
4.5% in the first quarter of the year.
After 3 years of widespread COVID-19 curves, China's economy
grew 4.5% year-on-year between January and March.
beating analysts' expectations.
Consumption and retail sales rose the world's second largest economy.
So let me just first explain how this all started. Just last month, China released its GDP numbers, and, surprising to the whole world, it was announced that China's economy grew 4.5% year-on-year,
To Stargate.
which was much higher than what everyone was expecting. According to a Reuters poll, most experts expected the economy to grow only 4%, while the IMF kept cutting its forecast of China's GDP growth regularly. So it's really surprising that the official numbers are much higher than everyone's expectations. Can China be lying about their numbers? I mean, it's not like the CCP has a history of lying, do they?
Where ethnic Uyghurs, most of them Muslims, have been unlawfully detained and mistreated.
What's surprising is the government isn't reporting many deaths.
我们坚持人民至上，生命至上。
Before jumping on, a quick reminder to like the video. My last video, I forgot to ask for your likes, and the video was throttled by the algorithm. And this just proves that your likes make a huge difference in how my videos perform. So please take a second and leave a like below. Let's first look at the history real quick. China's GDP has grown tremendously. There's no doubt about that. You can look at this chart here.
Stargate.
But we have to ask ourselves the most important question. Who is counting this GDP? We're not going to fall for the stupid saying numbers don't lie, because in reality, numbers most definitely lie. But sometimes you just have to dig deeper to find that lie. You see, in China, GDP numbers are calculated and published by the local governments and the CCP. There's a big problem here, and to truly understand the issue, first let me explain how GDP calculation works here in the USA. For us, there's an independent federal agency called the Bureau of Economic Analysis, or the BEA, that calculates and publishes all economic data, including the GDP numbers. Now here's the true importance of this setup. We all know politicians love talking about their GDP numbers, whether it be in the US or in China. If things are going good, they love taking credit. And if things are going bad, they love deflecting blame. Basically, GDP numbers are very important to people in government positions. That's why the BEA is an independent agency, so that politicians can't affect the calculations of the GDP numbers. Additionally, politicians' policies do have an effect on the GDP, but the BEA can do little to nothing to actually affect the GDP.
Please use your own stuff and understand how bad it is.
I'm sure you guys probably already know this, but here's the simplified
Please understand
GDP
how bad
formula.
that is.
GDP equals the sum of consumptions, investments, government spending, and net exports.
Just steal it.
That means when politicians pass a budget to build a new bridge or a highway, it's part of the GDP. But that GDP is calculated by the BEA, so politicians can't fake the numbers or lie about how much it is. And on the contrary, the BEA has no power to pass any bills to actually increase or decrease the GDP. All they do is calculate what the economy has produced. Good old checks and balances, right? The same checks and balances that are missing in China. Which makes sense, considering it's a one-party nation with totally legit elections.
China's once-in-a-decade transition of power was completed earlier today.
Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping has just been elected president of China as China's head of state
and chairman of the PRC Central Military Commission.
And his nation is on the rise.
In a near unanimous vote, with 99.86% of the vote.
Won by 2,952 votes to 1.
Huh, I wonder what happened to that one guy who voted against Xi. Anyway, you get the point. The CCP has all the power in China, and there's no one who is beyond their reach. There is no such thing as an independent agency for anything, let alone for economic data. Additionally, China's economy doesn't work like the US. And no, I'm not talking about the communism stuff. Here in the USA, we measure how much the economy has grown, but in China they announce goals and how much they want the economy to grow. Which doesn't sound like that bad of an idea until you start digging deeper. Beijing sends out annual goals to local leaders of each province in China. Then these local leaders are responsible for achieving these goals. Theoretically, they're supposed to do this by, attracting businesses, promoting entrepreneurship, improving infrastructure, and several other ways you can see here on the screen. But the problem is sometimes these don't always work. The economy naturally goes through peaks and troughs. But in China, that's not an option. You see, politicians' careers are dependent on hitting or even exceeding the target set by the CCP. Promotions are based on how well your region does. Worse yet, sometimes missing GDP goals can mean penalties like demotions or even dismissal. So, officials are highly motivated to make sure they provide results by any means necessary. Of course, that includes lying. But I will get into how lying has gotten Chinese officials in deep trouble, but first, let's go over the easiest way to hit GDP goals, and that is government spending. If you guys recall our GDP equation from before, GDP is equal to consumption plus investments plus government spending plus net export. Easiest way a government official can increase GDP is just approve more and more government spending. And that's exactly what so many Chinese officials have done. But unlike the USA, the central government doesn't provide funding for local governments to spend in China. The CCP sets the targets, but local governments are on their own when it comes to funding. Worse yet, tax dollars actually just go to Beijing. So that means the local governments have to get creative when it comes to raising money for local projects. I have talked about this extensively in my previous videos, but one big way local governments would raise money was by leasing out land to developers. So if you think about it, governments were directly benefiting from the real estate bubble. The more money a developer can borrow, the more they could bid on lands, thus helping local governments raise more money. Now, we already know that the China property market is slowing down, and to make sure the country doesn't collapse because of debt, the CCP had set 3 red line policies for property developers. But since the CCP's 3 red line policy, the revenue for local governments has dropped drastically, which puts some of them at risk of default. Technically speaking, local governments can't borrow money. So to get around this rule, they would set up companies called Local Government Financing Vehicles, or LGFVs, which allowed them to sell bonds and borrow money. And since these LGFVs were owned by the government, investors assumed they were relatively safe bets. But they aren't as safe as people would assume. So here's how the government loans work in theory. As long as the money is used to create economic output that's more than the interest on the loan is a success. But that's where the problems start. Local governments aren't just borrowing money to improve their local economy. They are borrowing it to artificially prop up the GDP numbers so that they can achieve the goals set by the CCP. I always go back to this simple example to explain the workings of government loans. Let's say you're in a village and your government borrows money to build a railway line to connect the village to a city. Now, money spent on that railway line counts towards the GDP. And it's a great use of government spending because residents of the village can easily, get a job in the city because commute times are now shorter. Now, what if next year the government borrows money again and builds another train line, just like that one, because the spending counts towards the GDP, right? I'm sure all of you can see that this is a very dumb reason to borrow money, even if it increases the GDP in the short term. Now, I will admit, this is a very simplified example, but in reality, a lot of local governments in China are doing exactly this, just at a more complicated scale. They would borrow money just to prop up the GDP numbers in the short term. They're not worried about long-term ramifications of these loans because as long as they hit the CCP's targets, officials will get their promotion and the future will be somebody else's problem. So remember this. Chinese local governments are over-leveraged and some are very close to bankruptcy. We will talk about the effects of this later in the video. Now, let's talk about another way local officials increase the GDP numbers, and that's by just straight up lying. You know how I said in the beginning, officials are the ones reporting the GDP numbers to the central government in Beijing, and then the CCP publishes it to the world. Sometimes local officials just increase the reported growth numbers arbitrarily, since there's no agency to verify the numbers and there's no checks and balances in place to deter this from happening.
Liars.
Crazy part is that the CCP even knows this. The CCP Premier, which is one of the highest ranks in the CCP, has told other countries that China's GDP numbers are man-made because of this issue. They know this is going on, but they're not too focused on fixing it because high growth makes the CCP look good. Even if the CCP wanted to fix this, the effects would be catastrophic. Since this has been going on for roughly 2 decades now, the fake numbers have compounded. You see, lying about a few basis points isn't a big issue to fix. But if you lie one year, now you have to lie a little more next year, and then the next one, and so on, and by the end of it all, the reported number is extremely far off from reality. On top of this, no one has any incentive to really fix this. Why would the central government want to fix this? It only makes them look bad in front of the world and their own citizens. And why would local officials want to fix this? It could lead to serious penalties against themselves. And in the past, the CCP has shown that it is not afraid to use capital punishment against government officials. But this really does beg a question. How big is China's economy actually? And how strong is it in reality? Now, that's something that is impossible to figure out from the outside, especially for a small YouTuber like me. Luckily for all of us, there are a bunch of people much smarter than me who have tried tackling this question before. Let's get into that. There's a study done by Professor Luis Martinez, where he looked at many countries' GDP growth and their nighttime light intercity from satellite imagery. Based on this data, Chinese GDP growth over the past 20 years may have been about a third slower than reported each year, leaving its economy significantly smaller than that of the USA. Now, this study mainly focuses on GDP growth, and if you want to read all the details, you can easily find it online. But Dr. Yuri Skasfot from the channel Money and Macro actually used data from the study to roughly calculate the actual GDP of China, and the results were kind of shocking. Again, I want to re-emphasize, these are rough calculations. It's impossible to get exact data because of the way the CCP operates. But according to his calculations, China's actual GDP is 60% smaller than what the CCP reports to the public. Yeah, you heard me right. 60% smaller. If you want to learn more about his calculation, definitely check out his video. But let's just assume China's real GDP is somewhere around 60% less than reported. That means the debt they have is astronomically higher than anyone has ever realized. Remember earlier we talked about how local governments loved borrowing money using LGVF? Now, I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about government debt because of the issues we have with our own national debt. But one argument most people usually make is that our debt isn't that high, if we consider that our GDP to debt ratio is relatively small when compared to other nations. If we apply the same argument to China, we can see the true scale of the problem. The Chinese government loves taking on debt and continuously lies about their GDP. So their debt to GDP ratio is extremely high. I'm sure that the heads of the CCP are already stressing out over the debt time bomb that is ticking faster and faster.
Ooh, that'll do.
Only time will tell how it will play out for China and the CCP. The CCP has been extremely
Look, it's already worth $5 billion
aggressive.
as it is. This contract, right? I'm gonna put it up for like 25. And I'm going to get it too. When they see what's in there, when they sort by price, they're going to see, oh my God, there's 45 boosters in here and 4,000 trig survey database. And then they just see the rest of it is skins. They're like, what? It just keeps going. There's so many skins. I know how to get to gamers, right? None of them are worth anything, but they still see so many fucking skins. They're like, what? Oh my God, it's so many skins for ships and people. And they're like, what? It just keeps going. And look, I'm not even there yet. I got another 100 items to add to it. It's going to be sweet. Yep, and then they're like, oh my God, look how many abyssals are in here. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. And they're like, he only wants 25 billion for this. I'm going to give it to him. It's like 100 billion worth of stuff. And it's not. It's like 50, but they're going to believe that it's worth 100. And they're going to pay me my 25, and I spent 10, right? I'm going to triple my money, something like that. I'm definitely going to triple big bucks. 25 billion is big bucks. That's clan money. That's for a single person to have it, that's insane. All these people can hate on me and chase me and treat me like garbage if they want, but it still doesn't change the fact that I'm clam rich solo. You know what I'm saying? I'm clam rich solo. I got huge amounts of bases and tons of gear and skins and loots and wins and shit. I'm doing just fine by my motherfucking self, which is why the attacks happen. They can't handle that idea of being strong by themselves. They've got to have like their little butt buddy and all this to actually get a base or any of that. Your butt buddy killed me, not you. You suck. You've died every time I've ever gone up against you. You've never killed me in a fair fight. I've killed you 900 times. Well, now it's like 1,000 times. So, if you're losing, like my stream profile says, right? If you need to stalk me, then you're the worst hunter in fucking history. Piece of worthless shit. Ah, Nate. The hell was that? The fuck was that? Oh, you. Okay. Did you reload? Yeah, you did. Okay. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's a super mutant push. Okay. Nope. 7, damn it. 6, 5, 6, 7. This party broke apart. I'm just gonna join this one. love this game. I think it's much more better than Rust. Just because it has mobs to fight. Rust doesn't. That's the real reason I'm gonna quit Rust. It's not some fucking stalker. It's the fact that there's nothing to fucking kill ever. It's so annoying. There's players, but I don't care about players. Like, I want XP. I mean, if they gave me XP for players, I would care more. I would kill more. I would raid more. But they don't. Ooh, Mitten Slayer's pickaxe off that guy. Ah, can't move. Can't move. Oh. Ah, I can't move. Oh. Ah, what are you doing? Back to tab, back to tab.
Regarding Taiwan, ever since Pelosi's
Fucking
visit.
Google
In China and Taiwan.
China and Taiwan.
Taiwan in an attack from China.
Beijing now announced that it will hold military exercises.
China responded with military drills. It fired ballistic missiles towards Taiwan and repeatedly rehearsed the assault of Taiwan.
They have launched missiles, sent military ships, and fired fighter jets. All in an attempt to show the USA and the world that the CCP is not afraid to go to war to take Taiwan. But economically, China is struggling. It's going through a massive crash in its real estate market. The population is getting older, and the GDP growth is slowing down.
It's like 25 billion worth of loot. That's
like
what I'm going to ask
forever.
for it, I think. I don't know. Maybe
As
I'm
you will
getting
see in
greedy,
this
like
video,
20 billion.
it's craziness all around.
Which is, by the way, that's
so
$400
let's look deeper into
cash.
if China's fragile economy can afford.
It's $400 to buy that much. It's $400 cash to buy 20 billion. It literally is. It's $25 every 2.2. So to buy 20 billion, it's more than that. It's like, I mean I don't have the fast math, but it's like $600 I think or something like that. This folder right here is worth $600 cash. If they would let us buy and sell the items, I could retire. I would just sell all this stuff. It'd be a fucking online vendor in the games and stuff, and I could pay a lawyer to go sue these people and all that. I mean, I can pay a lawyer right now, but it's actually like a burden to do so right now. But like, man, like, you know, I would like sue my attackers if I could, you know. I have their names now and everything, so like, you know, but I mean, it costs some money that I don't have. But if they ever go to jail, I can sue for really cheap. It's cheap to sue somebody who's in jail. Yeah, look, some of these just went up in value. I have 150 million worth of consortium small tractor beams that I got for like 30 each. And I put like a 60 million profit on that. Yeah, look, it's just going up and everything. It's fucking sweet. Those looking glass monocle interfaces are actually worth quite a bit. But I want to just throw them in. Like, they're going to be like, oh my god, it's so much stuff. It just keeps going on and on. It's 500 items, and they're all abyssal skins and loot. All the best stuff, right? Yeah. They're like, oh my god, it's so many abyssals. It's so many BPCs and stuff. Yep, all kinds of unique BPCs. I'm going to throw another... Actually, I'm going to post this auction now, I think. I think I'm ready. When we look at the blueprints, right? If I go to the blueprints folder and I look at BPOs and I sort by quantity, right? Sort by quantity, right? Anything that I have a lot of, What? Oh, okay. That's no good. Now, why is that there? That's weird. Okay. Well, these need to go away to items. Yeah. Wow. I don't have copies. Oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry. So I want you to stack everything that you can. Stack. Yep. Beautiful. Okay. So we go burr 4. Right. And we take the 4 and we put it in the new contract sale. Burr. Oops, no. You burr 4. And we take the 4 and we put it in the new contract sale. Actually, no, we don't. We just take singles of everything, right? I see what we're doing here. So we take 1 Kestrel for the new contract sale. Anything that we've got extras of, we take the Punisher and we go blah blah 1, right? Where'd the Punisher go? Ah, it's sort of hard and annoying to do this. It's all right. There, see? Just keep piecing it out so I can get, like, I want you to go blah 1, right? There, that's better. So then stack up again. Okay. And then, yeah, Kestrel, Punisher, Merlin. We'll go 1, no. Try again. 1, no. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong box, is why. 1, go. 1. Nope. Ah, damn it. Can't you do what I need you to do, you worthless piece of shit? God damn it, man. You suck so much. Fucking piece of shit developers and their bad design. Come on, man. Can you do this? Can you manage it? Yeah, you can do it. Okay. So then, okay, come back and try to do what we were doing without fucking up like that horribly, please. Tower War Blueprint. Oh, yeah. Tower War Blueprint. I have to hold the shift and let go of the left click. It's actually really annoying. But it works. Right, here we go. Blur. 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 Oh my god, that sound's driving me crazy. Please go away. Where is it? I gotta make it stop. Yes, go. I need new stems. Do I need new stems? I mean, I do. I do need stem pack dilutes. I do. I don't need any other stems. So, cool. I love this game. There's still so much that I haven't seen. Anyways, let's go back to this.
War with the USA.
Thank you so much from Cage Superman. I appreciate it.
Economy is still being held hostage.
Assessment of the economy. We've seen massive downgrades.
Chinese government considers Taiwan to be a breakaway region, which it intends to one day seize back.
Oh, yeah, from 8 months ago. Yeah, cool.
Ballistic missiles. President Biden is making clear just how far he'd go to defend Taiwan in an attack from China.
Oh, wow, they're doing another one, huh? Okay.
Now, China is facing an economic slowdown, and it's scaring the CCP. The big reason behind this is that China hasn't really had a recession in the past 50 years, which is extremely rare economically speaking. That's not to say they weren't close to a recession, but every time the economy showed signs of slowing down, the government would do something to alleviate the pressure. And it's worked every time. Until now. This time around, the situation is a bit unique, and the CCP's old ways will not work in terms of helping this slowing economy. Now you may be wondering what it is that the CCP did before to ward off recessions for the last 50 years. Let's go over that right now, and then we can look at why it's not going to work this time.
China's economy has grown faster than that of any other major country.
China's economy grew a record 18.3% in the first quarter of 2021.
China continues to prosper and grow
China into a global economic powerhouse, second in GDP only to the United States.
Here is China's GDP for the last 50 years. Pretty impressive growth, right? A lot of this growth is directly linked to its relationship with other countries. Let me show you. This is when China opened its doors to other countries. And this is when it joined the World Trade Organization. You can clearly see from the chart that its economy just exploded once it embraced globalization and trade. Its GDP went from $1 trillion in 1999 to more than $17 trillion in 2021. Trade with the world made China the second largest economy in the world. It is strong, but, well, problems are still there. When we look at GDP per capita, China sits 79th in the world, with only $16,000, which is less than countries like Iraq, Thailand, and Argentina. This means that Chinese people are still relatively poor when compared to Western counterparts. In fact, more than 200 million people in China are still living in poverty, earning less than $5 per day. That number is a lot less than what it used to be a few decades ago, but it's still a lot of people. This is why the CCP's main focus has always been pulling people out of poverty by any means necessary. This is the main driver behind the CCP pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into rural China to help citizens climb out of poverty. And this is all great, and I'm not going to deny that. But things are always more complicated when it comes to the CCP. Let me explain. You see, right after the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989, which, by the way, did not happen, if you ask the CCP, the communist government made an unofficial deal with the public. The government would provide rapid growth in the economy and, consequentially, better living standards for Chinese people. In return, the public wouldn't mind the CCP's overreach into the personal rights of its citizens. I know this is probably not a trade-off many of us would make, but it is the trade-off Chinese citizens make. And if we look back more into China's history, it kind of makes sense as to why they would do this. Over the past 2,000 years, China has suffered thousands of famines, and each of them killed millions of people. There was no food safety, no political stability, and no peace. So for people who have seen their friends and family die of hunger, they would take any deal, as long as it gives them some hope of a better life for themselves and their kids. This is exactly what the CCP offered, a better life at any cost. Ever since then, the CCP's goal has been economic growth and pulling people out of poverty. In return, the public has given up inalienable rights like freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and the right to criticize the government.
I'm hungry.
The architect who laid the foundations for its economic miracle, Deng Xiaoping.
Deng Xiaoping.
Guided China from an impoverished rural country to an urbanized world leader in a single generation.
Under him, private companies were allowed into China along with foreign investment. Deng also created Special Economic Zone.
This seemed like a good deal for the public, as in they got what they wanted. The CCP was able to deliver decades of consistent growth, which was literally life-changing for its citizens. The economy grew, and GDP per capita skyrocketed, going from $300 in 1990 to more than $5,500 in 2010. In a matter of 2 decades, average citizens' wealth grew almost 20 times. People who were born in poor village houses were able to afford high-rises in cities in just one lifetime. They went from having nothing to having access to electricity, airplanes, cars, refrigerators, and much more. If you're a Chinese citizen and your living standards are improving at such a rapid rate, you are probably more than willing to make some compromises with government overreach.
Damn it was almost good.
The only problem here is that if the growth ever stops, people will start wondering if the trade-off is worth it or not. And that's a really scary prospect for an authoritarian government in a nation of more than 1 billion people. This is why every time global economies faced any turmoil, the CCP was quick to start huge spending projects like the high-speed rails, which was started in response to the 2008 global crisis. The purpose of these projects were twofold. First, they provided jobs for people who were affected by the global economic slowdown, and second, they helped continue the economic growth of China, because their country was growing and needed infrastructure to fulfill the needs of its citizens. This all worked spectacularly, because as the world economy was slowing down, China's economy was still growing at a pretty respectable rate. But the CCP took this a bit too far. Let me explain what problem the CCP faced, and then we'll go into what mistake they ended up making. Let's take a hypothetical village, for example. Citizens of this village have no drinking water. So if the government spent money on building a water well, it will hopefully give some citizens jobs, and it will also provide water for others so they can focus on other productive activities instead of just looking for water every day. Well, that would be considered a productive government project, and most likely, the economy will grow. All other things being equal, of course. But what if the government sees this well and thinks to themselves that if they keep building wells, the economy will keep growing? Well, that's not really true, because the second well probably won't be as useful as the first one, and the third well won't be as useful as the second one, and so on and so on. I'm sure you get the point. If the government continues making just wells, slowly these new wells will be completely useless, and money spent on these construction projects will have no return for the economy. Now, a similar situation started unfolding in China after the 2008 crisis, just at a much larger scale. The CCP had exhausted all the growth out of building high-speed trains. I have covered this in detail in a previous video, which you can check out at the end, but here's a quick recap. The first few trains were good and profitable, but then the CCP kept on building trains even though the return on investment slowly started dwindling. Worse yet, a lot of these constructions were funded by debt, and there was a lot of corruption. It's a pretty long story, so I highly recommend you check out the other video after this. This spending project worked in 2008 to stimulate the economy. But because of this enormous debt, the CCP had created a big problem that would cause a big headache in the future. The CCP also realized something, that they won't be able to keep up with the economic growth through big spending projects as return on the infrastructure spending is slowly dwindling. That's part of the reason why, for the last decade, China's economic growth has been slowing down.
In focus is China's biggest banking fraud.
Only banking crisis causing social unease.
Another financial crisis is brewing in China, but the world knows very little about it.
For months, they've been frozen out of their bank accounts with 4 rural lenders.
They'd rush over by the hundreds, grab somebody and beat them and kick them, regardless of whether it was men, women, the elderly or children, even people with disabilities.
This is an unsettling prospect for the CCP. China is still a middle-income country, and by some metrics, it's a developing country. Around 200 million citizens still live in poverty, and average yearly income is only around $11,000. This is why, when economic growth slowed a little in the early 2010s, the government started encouraging citizens to buy houses. This was their solution to keep the growth going. The CCP loosened the lending regulations, and banks started lending to everyone, whether it be companies or citizens. This, in part, helped fuel the growth of China's real estate market, which slowly became a bigger and bigger part of China's economy. The only issue was that this real estate market turned into a ticking time bomb for China's economy. I've covered this extensively in past videos on the channel, so I don't want to repeat the same old events too much. You can check those videos out if you want a big, detailed explanation, but here's a quick recap. As the real estate market became unsustainably big, the CCP realized that this can't continue forever, and they tried reeling it back in an attempt to get things under control. The CCP implemented a so-called 3 red line policy to keep the leverage in the industry under control. This made it harder for companies like Evergrande to continue construction on some buildings they had already sold to buyers. Couple this with the CCP's draconian zero COVID policy, and it makes sense why the real estate market is near a complete collapse. The real estate market represented 30% of China's GDP, and more than 75% of household wealth. A crash in its housing prices means a lot of families who pooled together multi-generational wealth to buy real estate are now suffering. Because of all of these and more, China's economic growth has been rocky. Last quarter, the GDP only grew by 0.1%, and for the first time in 30 years, the CCP is expected to miss the GDP growth target, which was set at 5.5%. If you go back to the deal with the CCP had with its people, the CCP is expected to provide consistent economic growth at any cost, and in return, citizens overlook the CCP's authoritarian rule. It is much easier to overlook certain things by the government when your salary is increasing every year and real estate investment is always climbing. But in the current situation, this trade-off doesn't seem worth it when economic growth slows down, but the government's authoritarianism only seems to be growing. Just over the last few years, the CCP developed a state-of-the-art tracking system for it to track citizens' every move. Xi Jinping's zero-COVID policy has led to some apocalyptic nightmares like this one.
The country's overall policy of zero-COVID policy.
There are constant lockdowns and mandatory PCR tests around every corner.
Fences to stop people leaving their flats.
In bicycle locks and padlocks just to keep people in.
Electronic magnetic alarms are going to be placed on the front doors of some people in places where they have tested positive.
And the communist government now also wants to control how Chinese kids spend their free time. Most of you probably already know that China spends the second most amount of money on its military. But what may come as a surprise is the fact that the CCP actually spends even more on internal security than it spends on its military. This has been true for years before the zero-COVID policy, but with its zero-COVID efforts, I can't imagine how much more the CCP is spending to keep its citizens under control. The only problem now is that people are taking issue with this government overreach, especially with some zero-COVID tactics. The CCP has locked people in apartments for weeks, separated elderly from their parents, and even killed off pets, just to achieve an utopia-like zero-COVID goal set by Xi Jinping. The situation has gotten so bad that even people loyal to Xi are now voicing concerns about easing the zero-COVID policy. This is part of the reason why the CCP is screaming so aggressively about Taiwan. It wants to use it as a distraction away from internal problems, which there are plenty of. But screaming about a war and actually going to war are two very different things, and consequences for the latter are extremely dangerous. I'm sure the CCP has been paying close attention to Russia's attack on Ukraine. It was a big surprise for everyone, but especially the CCP, on how quickly and harshly the world reacted in terms of sanctions when Russia launched their invasion. Companies left overnight. Russian banks were kicked off the SWIFT network, and the US froze Russia's foreign reserves. The only saving grace for Russia's economy was that it had oil. China, on the other hand, doesn't. But, okay, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. We'll go over the oil issue in just a minute. But I'm sure some of you are already thinking, China is not Russia. China's economy is many times bigger than Russia's, but it's also very interconnected to the rest of the world, especially to Western countries. Around one-fifth of China's GDP is from its exports. The U.S. being its biggest export partner, accounting for more than $500 billion, or about 17% of...
Dumb. Anyway, sorry guys, gotta go get some, gotta go pee and get some water. I'll be right back. You are going, right? Yeah, you are. This will take forever, though. That's right. What's the gateway system? It's Avanade. I bet I can...
Autopilot jumping.
Maybe I better do this as well, actually. Maybe I better do this well and try to go at the same time. So right now I've got the booster in, right? Yeah, I'm gonna leave my clone for a moment. Oggs, yep, jump clones to. I need a dead clone in Jita and clone in Elenaya. That's actually not that bad. I'll take the dead clone in Elenaya. I don't want to jump to it though. Damn it! I need more clones and for more capacity reached. What are you currently training? You're close to something. What is it? Information command. That's for command bursts on those on that ship. I kind of need that, but I want to look at info morph and just see what else I have to do. Command burst effects, information command, and information command specialist. Info morphs.
Approaching Stargate.
Information command specialist. Psychology, elite infomorph psychology. Elite, last one is elite. Okay, so I need to bump elite infomorph psychology 1, 2, and 3 up here, and it will fix a lot of my problems here. That's good. So, but I got to get this in after advanced Infomorph Psychology, which is 3 days. So
Autopilot
I begin
jumping.
to see now a little bit more. So, okay, so we're going to bump Infomorph Psychology next after Information Command. It has to come up first. Yeah, and that'll give me another additional jump clone, which is nice. And then right after that, it'll have to be Advanced Infomorph Psychology 5, which is annoying, but now I have an idea what I need to do. So now I guess we go to locations. No, not locations. What was I just looking at? I'm going to history of no, I'm going to no, you closed my character sheet. I need you to look at my jump clones and take me to Elenaya. Then I need to look at my wallet for incur overview. Yeah, to Huola, which is where I'm going right now. I'm going to Karnayanen. Let's have her meet there. Karnayanen, which I guess I'll have to open a chat. Karnayanen. And we'll go there, or set destination. No, I wanted, aw. God damn it, go back to jump clones. It's so
Approaching Stargate.
fucking developers and their horse shit. Come on, man. Back to the character sheet, back to the OGs. Where was it? A jump clone was in... Okay, set destination, and then... Need to have waypoint to fucking Huola. There. Sorry, I misclicked the wrong one. There we go. So, okay, 56 jumps, great. What about shorter?
Autopilot jumping.
First we go to Elenaya, then through Abazon, all the way to Huola. Yeah, but I don't want to do that. I want to go to this place. Set destination. Wow.
Warping to Stargate.
I could get there really fast.
Warp drive active.
But anyways, go back to this. Go to the other place for now. Elenaya, set destination in a... I'll take a shuttle out there, but I need to take an Ibis from there. Yeah. So, ooh, Cormorant blueprint. So we're definitely going to buy one of those. But we're also going to filter by this type. Yeah, hey, that's a good deal. Okay, undock.
Pendency doesn't stop there. If you look at China's top 10 export partners, 9 of them are US allies. More than 50% of China's exports are going to countries that are likely to pick the US's side if there was ever a war. Now, some of you might say that I'm wrong to say that China is dependent on the USA and its allies. Because trade is a two-way street, just as much as China depends on the USA to buy exports, the USA depends on China to provide those imports. Fair point. But, well, this is where things get kind of complicated, so let's try to simplify it a bit. We have to understand why the US and most of the world is buying so much from China, and not other countries like India or Vietnam. More often than not, it's about cost. For the better part of the 21st century, China has been the cheapest place to manufacture stuff. That's it. This is not the case of China being the only country selling these products, and we're beholden to the CCP if we want to get our cheap electronics. We are getting these because they are the cheapest. There are many other countries like India and Vietnam who would gladly take over the world's manufacturing if China were to, for any reason, stop. In fact, here's the list of the top 10 US exports. The biggest ones here are devices like iPhones and tablets. Apple, in fact, has already started diversifying their supply chain out of China into friendlier countries like India. And it's not just Apple. Here's a list of companies that have already started to leave China. And this list will only grow from here. This all doesn't mean China won't use exports as a leverage if it were to face sanctions. It most definitely will, because that's the biggest leverage it has. But manufacturing cheap products is easily replaceable. Sure, companies and citizens might face short-term disruptions, but everyone will soon find a new place to manufacture. China, on the other hand, has a lot more riding on this trade. More than $500 billion in revenue comes from these exports for Chinese companies. But jobs are where the real problems begin. Now, this data was really hard to find, so please hit that like button if you appreciate all the effort we've been putting into these videos. Also, let me put in this disclaimer. Much like any data from China, always take it with a grain of salt, because you know the CCP has a habit of misrepresenting facts. So China has around 120 million jobs in manufacturing, and around 20% of goods manufactured in China come to the United States. So let's assume if this trade is halted, 20% of the jobs will be affected. That's 24 million people quite possibly losing their jobs. And whenever it comes to the economy in real life, no event is standalone. There are always far-reaching effects. We have to remember one man's spending is another man's income. So, if 20+ million people stop spending because they don't have a job, other people's income will go down, and this will all have big catastrophic consequences on the economy. Again, I want to point out that these are not exact numbers, but at least you get the idea of the scale of the problem. Now, this is all just considering sanctions from the United States. It's more than likely that some European countries will join these sanctions, and quite possibly some big Asian countries too, so the effects on China's economy could be catastrophic if that was ever the case. And this will only worsen another problem that China has been having, wealth inequality. That's right. A lot of people complain that wealth inequality is a result of capitalism, and wealth would be equally distributed in communism. Well, I have some bad news for those people. China isn't much better when it comes to the divide between rich and poor, and this is based on data published by the CCP. So things could be worse than they let on. Karl Marx would be rolling in his grave. The COVID shutdown has only made these problems worse, and the recent real estate crash in China is hurting middle-class households the most. So if there is ever an economic slowdown caused by sanctions, middle-class Chinese citizens would pose the most danger to the authoritarian rule of the CCP, and hundreds of billions of dollars spent on internal security might not be enough. So, things are not all well at home for the CCP. While screaming war might distract the citizens, starting a war is definitely not the solution. Economically, China cannot afford a war, but that hasn't really stopped authoritarian leaders from starting one before. That's the problem when the entire nation's decision-making rests in one person's hands. Jack Ma faced this reality recently when he made the mistake of calling out Xi Jinping and learned the hard way that the government controls everything in China, even billion-dollar companies. If you want to learn how the CCP destroyed Jack Ma's legacy overnight, I highly recommend you check out this video on my friend's new channel and show him some support.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Confidence in the financial sector has plunged, where home buyers, furious at the delayed completion,
the root cause is a high degree of leverage.
Preliminary restructuring thousands of them have begun withholding payments. Rural lenders in the northern province of Henan have taken things into their own hands.
Approaching station.
If you thought the Evergrande crisis was terrible, then this train crisis is next-level apocalyptic. China has managed to back itself into a position where it cannot escape without suffering more than a few bruises to its GDP and its ego. China's high-speed railway, an engineering feat that was once hailed as revolutionary and borderline miraculous, is now proving that not all that glitters is gold. Much like the tortoise and the hare, it seems that speed is not the answer. If anything, all speed has done for China is to accelerate the digging of a $1 trillion debt. Yes, $1 trillion with a T. What am I talking about? Well, Join me over the next few minutes as I explain China's train debt crisis and how it's become the boogeyman that haunts the Asian giant.
One of the world's most modern trains linking a political capital to a financial hub.
That's caused considerable concern for many, particularly China as the main investor. This is Bangkok's brand new Grand Central Station. No high-speed trains arriving today.
State-run China State Railway Group has had its debt ballooned dramatically.
Let's start from the beginning. China first embarked on a high-speed rail project in 2008, completing the first in 2009. By then, China's first long-distance high-speed rail service covered the 968 kilometers between Wuhan and Guangzhou at an average speed of around 350 kilometers per hour. It was an engineering feat, and one that came with a host of advantages, both economic and political. However, it was an engineering feat that had been necessitated by the economic situation at the time. You see, in 2008, when the global economy suffered a hard recession, China found itself in hot water. China was a large trade partner at the time, and as things on the global market took a rough turn, so did trading prospects for China. That left millions of people who had worked in exports and imports, along with several other industries, in a position where they were unemployed. Instead of just doling out government stimulus packages, the government decided to launch a massive infrastructure project. This infrastructure project, just as you might have guessed, is the high-speed train project. Through this, the government decided that it could kill two birds with one stone. On one hand, the infrastructure project served as the Chinese Communist Party's efficient, debt-fueled response to the global financial crisis. This high-speed railway infrastructure would help with easier integration and travel within the country, leading to a more unified China. This also served the CCP's ambition of having everything within the long hand of China's central government, unifying people under one house, so to speak. On the other hand, China re-engineered its railway infrastructure to drive the demand for concrete and steel and create millions of jobs and put all those who had lost their jobs back to work. By doing this, the government injected money into the economy, fixed unemployment, and saved several industries. Since then, the project has moved from being one necessitated by economic times to one of, well, pure flamboyance and a display of power. China's high-speed railway network has grown from that first 1,000 kilometers to a track length of over 38,000 kilometers, the highest in the world. High-speed railways now constitute over 26% of the country's total railway network, as the high-speed railway today connects almost every major city in China, with travel time just a couple of hours more than air travel, but with the comfort that only trains can provide. Now, I know this all seems rosy, and you might be wondering, well, where's the problem? And let me show you. This is the interesting, yet kind of dark part. Initially, there were rich dividends that were gotten from the high-speed railway endeavors. This was because the first rail lines that were made were very profitable lines due to the cities they served. Two that stand out particularly are the Beijing-Shanghai and the Beijing-Guangzhou lines that racked up a lot of money. To emulate the success and keep up the global perception that came with the high-speed railways, several lines started being built the nation over, many of which did not serve nearly as many people. Because of the disparity in the volumes of passenger traffic, many of the high-speed trains are running at high idle capacity. A good example of this is how a good number of China's high-speed rail routes are operating at less than 40% capacity. That is below what is needed to break even, and so they are running at a loss. These losses have climbed over the years to a point where it's almost laughable now. Most new high-speed railway lines in China have witnessed a sharp decline in their transportation density, and hence it has ceased to become efficient or wise to keep them running, leading to a few routes being shut off. In a little while, I'll talk about some of the problems that plagued the high-speed rails to the point where what was once a cash cow in China has now become a source of problems and a seemingly infinite money pit. Before that, however, let me explain the dynamics of what this self-imposed debt trap constitutes. I also want to take a quick second to say thank you for all the support my recent videos have gotten. Without you guys commenting and smashing that like button, I don't think we would have reached anywhere close to the views we've gotten. So thank you so much for that, and please consider liking this video too if you haven't already.
It helps me out so much.
China has been the economic miracle of recent decades, but is it running out of steam? And why does this matter for the rest of us?
Yet infrastructure debt is piling up, and China is increasingly juggling to keep up appearances.
China, you see the airports, you see the bridges. They have bridges that are so incredible, you've never seen anything like it.
China's total debt rose to a record high 237% of gross domestic product in the first quarter.
And a lot of the sell-side analysts don't address this because A, politically it's
anti-American
and B,
piece of shit
it's very
traitor.
difficult to quantify this.
Not China. What world-known bridge do you know of in China? I don't know of any, but I know about 7 fucking famous bridges from America. Piece of shit, anti-American traitor. Stop talking about how good China is, and stop lying to fucking help your rich friends or whatever. And understand that we have the famous bridges. We have them. Name one famous Chinese bridge. Name famous American bridges. There's the Golden Gate, the fucking Delaware Bridge, there's like so many. There's the Queensboro Bridge. There's there's like I can name at least 4. I'm drawing a blank. There's a bridge going into Seattle, but I can't remember the name of it, or going out of it north. Famous bridges. We got at least 4 famous bridges in America. I don't know about amazing bridges in China, but I know of ones in America. I know of the bridge that a boat just crashed into, that fell down because you guys stole all the money and didn't do anything for infrastructure. We have bridge problems because of your leadership, yeah. But we have better bridges than China.
In the past few years, mega borrowings by provincial governments to monetize its high-speed railway lines have created a debt trap, which is now pinching the coffers of the state-owned Chinese railway company. The Chinese railway company's financial woes started nearly 4 years ago, when more than 60% of the high-speed railway operators each lost a minimum of $100 million in 2018. That year, the least profitable operator in Chengdu reported a net loss of $1.8 billion. In the same year, transport economists in China had predicted an impending debt crisis for the country's high-speed railway that was dependent on unstable government subsidies, with many lines incapable of repaying the interest on their debt, let alone principal, and were caught in a vicious cycle of raising new debt to pay off old debt. Consequently, since 2015, Chinese railway companies' interest payments have been significantly higher than its operating profits, shrinking its bottom line. These successive years of losses resulted in China's State Council, the highest organ of state power, curtailing investments in the high-speed railways to prevent the slide into a deepening debt trap. The new guidelines have stopped the construction of new high-speed railway corridors, primarily on underutilized routes that are operating at less than 80% of prescribed capacity. For China, which has seen the length of its high-speed railway network increase by 91% between 2015 and 2020, the new guidelines indicate that the country's pursuit of speed has come at a high price, $1 trillion price to be exact. In typical Chinese fashion, without mentioning a specific figure or even a range, the State Council asked all governments to ensure that their railway debts should be within a rational range by 2035. Along with these guidelines, the government body has suspended all construction in regions where the debt burden is high and surpasses its fiscal strength. Debt-ridden cities building underground or light railway systems, too, have been suspended. This includes stopping work on 2 high-speed railway projects worth over $20 billion in the Shandong and Shaanxi provinces. Shandong's 270-kilometer line has sought to connect its capital, Jinan, with its southern city of Shaoxiang. For the very present future, those projects have been shelved. But China's debt train has more long-lasting effects as well. The increased heat on the debt-riddled operators has also dented the bottom lines of the investment banks and the shareholders of China's Railway Development Fund. As bond yields nosedived and profits crashed, the Chinese railway company decided to liquidate RDF 9 years early to avoid paying dividends to the investors.
Set up in 2014 to raise money for China's growing high-speed railway network, the RDF offered preferred shares with steady returns to investors. A fixed annual return of 5.5% was offered to the first 4 banks that invested in RDF, while investor banks that came later were promised 5.32% returns. Reeling under a record loss in the first quarter of 2020 as a result of a 54.8% year-on-year crash in passenger earnings, owing to the pandemic-induced restrictions on travel, the Chinese railway company has found it difficult to pay such high assured returns. To make matters more unpleasant for the investors, the interest rate on the 9 20-year bonds issued by RDF crashed from a high of 5.78% in 2014 to an all-time low of 3.97% in 2020. All this has been disastrous for Chinese investors, faith in the China state-owned companies, and overall faith in the high-speed railway as a whole. Let's briefly go through some of the key problems that got the situation to where it is. How did this feat of engineering end up becoming the next big bomb that's about to explode within China's Red House? 3 factors best explain it.
Chinese second quarter GDP growing at the slowest pace since 2020.
The problem is restrictions to control COVID-0.
The economy remains stuck in a stop-start pattern. With millions of people confined to their homes, consumer confidence is flat.
A stagnant economy, a shrinking workforce, and a growing elderly population.
That's why inflation's hovering at around 2.5%.
As much as this was a solution born from a global crisis, China's high-speed trains have severe issues plaguing them. These problems have contributed to low public trust and, most importantly, the giant hole of debt that China seems to have found itself in. Let's look at them. Since its inception, China's multi-billion-dollar railway plan has provoked complaints that it's too expensive for a country where millions of people still live in poverty. Critics say railway officials have diverted too much money to high-speed rail and should be expanding lower-cost traditional rail. The replacement of slower lines with more expensive high-speed trains has prompted complaints from passengers reluctant to pay higher fares, especially on shorter routes. The global perception of grandiose projects has outweighed the logic of having a reliable, affordable system. High-speed railway construction costs nearly 3 times more than a conventional rail line. Given the absence of freight tariffs, its operational viability is hinged solely on passenger fares to cover the capital expenditure and operating costs. The craze for high-speed railways has made China neglect the construction of conventional systems, adversely affecting the balance of the country's logistics mix. As a result, rail has consistently trailed road and water freight transportation for the past several years. This has led to growing investments in polluting freight road trucks and trailers, offsetting the environmental gains resulting from the high-speed railway.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
As luxurious and efficient as the trains might be, the ticket prices are considered exorbitantly high for most Chinese citizens. This is the opposite of what should have happened, as rail should be as cheap or cheaper than road transport, as is the case in several countries. China is the world's second largest economy in gross domestic product terms, but most Chinese are still relatively poor, with an estimated per capita income of $4,300 below the world average, according to the International Monetary Fund. Many of those riding trains are migrant workers who return annually to their home villages. But for most of them, even the cheapest tickets are unaffordable. This has resulted in fewer people using the trains compared to the projections. And for those who use high-speed railways, in some cases, they would have been better served with traditional rails that China is quickly dumping in favor of the faster, more flamboyant option that has, to this point, served as a sign of China's dominance. Keith B. Richburg wrote in the Washington Post, China's expanding network of ultra-modern high-speed trains has come under growing scrutiny because of concerns that builders ignored safety standards in their quest to build faster trains in record time. The trains, a symbol of the country's rapid development, have had several problems, including the 300-meter-long rail section collapse near the Yangtze River. This has only served to heighten the public fear surrounding high-speed trains. We cannot talk of the high-speed train network in China without mentioning corruption. What began with the firing and detention of the country's top railway official has spiraled into a corruption investigation that has raised questions about the project's future. The huge spending connected with the rail expansion has also been blamed on corruption. Investigations revealed that more than 5 billion yuan of financial irregularities existed in the Beijing-Shanghai link alone. And this is not just recent news, oh no. Railways Minister Liu Zhixun was dismissed in the spring of 2011 amid an investigation into unspecified corruption allegations. No details have been released about the allegations against him, but news reports say they include kickbacks, bribes, illegal contracts, and sexual liaisons. After Liu's sacking, allegations quickly emerged that he had taken a 2.5% cut on high-speed projects. In February of 2011, there were reports that Railway Minister Liu Zhixun accepted $122 million in kickbacks. Zheng Shuguang, the Deputy General Engineer of the Ministry of Railway and Director of its Transportation Department, was suspended on corruption charges. China's state auditor revealed that corruption derived from the Beijing-Shanghai line amounted to $17 million. Many believe that this figure wildly understates the problem.
China's economy has contracted sharply in the second quarter.
China's current economic crisis is very different from the past.
In the third quarter, China's economy grew 4.9%.
Many companies from the European Union gradually withdraw from China.
The future of China's economy has once again attracted global attention due to a storm of protests by the owners of unfinished buildings in Jiangxi province.
So the question now becomes, is this going to be another meaner, worse-looking version of Evergrande, the crisis that threatened to topple the real estate market in China just last year? Well, it's a toss-up. The Chinese railway company still has some options that it can exercise, despite them being brutal. Also, the way the central government has begun to get involved by cutting down on new projects is very indicative of the role they may continue to play in the matter. Despite all of this, the $1 trillion hole burning in China's pocket is not just going to disappear. Somewhere, somehow, that cost will need to be compensated for. The near $1 trillion figure also heavily assumes that the interest will not rise colossally in that time, because if they do, that number will keep escalating. No matter how we try to dress up this pig, there is some bruising and hurting that will happen to China as a result of its colossal train debt. Only time will tell as to the extent of the damage.
Wow.
Autopilot jumping.
China.
China's the factory of the world.
The world's most populous country is facing a crisis.
China's population is aging. Fertility
I was
rates are
gonna
at
go
an all-time low.
get some water, but I forgot. I'm sorry, I got kind of caught up.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
That's odd. I don't see my phone anywhere. Did it fall down or something? No.
Autopilot jumping.
Oops. Drop this keyboard. This poor keyboard keeps falling. Yeah, don't put it on the sofa. Where's my phone?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
Don't see it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I guess I'll have to call it. I've lost my phone. I apologize. I'll be right back with you guys.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping.
My phone.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Can't reach device.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm terribly
Approaching
sorry, guys.
Stargate.
I've lost my phone and I must find it. Maybe it's upstairs. Maybe I left it upstairs. Maybe.
Autopilot jumping.
Check the
Warping to Stargate.
cushions here. I think
Warp
this is
drive
wrong.
approaching Stargate.
Wrong or right? Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's the other way. There we go. Yeah. There. Where's my phone?
Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Don't know where my phone went. I gotta find it. Must be upstairs, huh? Seems weird.
Approaching Stargate.
Maybe it's dead. I didn't go anywhere yesterday. Did I have it yesterday? Maybe I don't have it. Something went wrong. Maybe that's why.
Autopilot
Maybe Google's
jumping.
messing up, actually. Hold on a second.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
I must have left it upstairs, and they're probably mad at me. Oh, well. I'll find out in a little bit. It's too early in the morning. That sucks.
Autopilot jumping.
Gender imbalance in China.
Rapidly rising number of older people in the population.
It does not have young people to man its factories or join its army.
China is facing a crisis, threatening to end the nation as we know it in the coming few years. China's population crisis has gone from a social worry to a government emergency, as the population decline now begins to affect industry and commerce in the Eastern Giant. While many countries struggle with overpopulation, China, the world's most populated country with more than 1.4 billion people, has a different problem. Their population crisis manifests in that the citizens of the Dragon of the East are just not having enough, fun time. Yes, low birth rates are the bane of the nation.
Wait, I haven't.
And these low birth rates might be what spells
I bet it's in the
doom
laundry hamper
for the nation.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
In this video, I will explain 1. How low birth rates became a problem to begin with, and 2. The social and economic implications on China as a result. Let's proceed.
The rise of China is the biggest event in recent economic history in the world. So within 30 years, in terms of a growth rate of total GDP, China has break the record.
The biggest jump in GDP since China started keeping quarterly records in 1992. That is a very, very impressive figure. China seems to leave everyone else behind.
China's race to become the #1 economy. The output of what is now the world's #2 economy is expected to surpass that of the US.
The Chinese economy is going to be probably at least twice as big as the US economy.
But, believe it or not, China has a population problem. The number of babies being born is going down.
China's population is aging. Seniors over 65 will make up a full third of the nation's population.
Well, we are about to witness a demographic crisis in China.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The seeds of China's present destruction began as a very different issue decades ago. In the late 1900s, China found itself facing a giant problem on its hands: overpopulation. The way the population was growing versus the agricultural output coming out of late 1900s China meant that such levels of population growth were simply unsustainable. In a bid to avoid hunger rampage across the nation, China decided to implement a very drastic set of policies, the most widely known being the one-child policy. Under this policy, families were limited to having only one child. The goal was that by limiting the number of children in every family to one, it would lead to fewer mouths to feed, and ultimately a more balanced population. This worked wonders, as the birth rate plummeted heavily over the decades that followed. So much so that it not only achieved its intended targets, but it then created a culture that has led China into the depths of despair that it is now in. But what the CCP didn't realize was that they were creating a problem for the future generation. You see, because of the one-child policy, theoretically, every couple or two people are only leaving behind one child, which is not enough to replace themselves. That's why the replacement birth rate is considered around 2.1 kids. 2 kids to replace each of the parents, and 0.1 for any unfortunate child deaths. Since the one-child policy didn't take this into account, it was just too powerful at slowing down the population growth. Talk about too effective of a solution. As a result of reduced birth rates, part of the problem with China's population is that it's aging out. As most of the population is approaching, or is in, retirement age, this creates quite the complex. Low birth rates and an aging population? Yikes. Let's look at the problems that come from that. Problems that are leading China into its destruction in the modern day.
The ruling Communist Party says it is scrapping a strict two-child policy in response to the rapidly rising number of older people in the population. Beijing has enforced birth limits for 4 decades, but it's now concerned that a demographic crisis could add to pressure on its economy.
China's population grew by only 480,000 last year. That was the lowest in 60 years.
In absolute numbers, there are 33 million more men than women in China today. The gender imbalance in China is most severe in rural farmlands.
For those who engineered the single-child policy, the gender imbalance has been the worst unintended consequence.
The first social problem that can be easily identified as one takes a walk in the streets of China is that, as a result of the one-child policy,
it began in 1980. Only one child allowed.
Decades of families without brothers or sisters.
These harsh measures did reduce the number of births.
Decades, right, for the population to rebound.
A symbolic example of state control.
The one-child policy.
The one-child policy. The one-child policy.
China has an extreme gender imbalance, as the nation has far more males than females. This formed as a result of parents favoring having male children to carry on the family name and bloodline over having female children. Practiced over generations, it seems that the effects are now in full bloom, as China has over 37 million more males than women. As simple as this sounds, this creates a whole host of social and cultural issues that affect the nation heavily. To begin with, China has a problem of bare branches, especially in rural China. This is a Chinese term for men who are single and are unlikely to find a wife in the future. As their presence in the rural landscape has grown, bare branches have increasingly attracted the concern of China's policymakers. In January of 2007, the Central Committee and State Council issued a report saying that the imbalance in the marriage market amounted to a hidden danger for society and will affect social stability. The government's anxiety over the surplus men is more or less buttressed by a growing body of research linking marginalized men to the likely spread of violent crimes, prostitution, sexually transmitted infections, and the trafficking of women. Several studies have drawn a connection between the historical outbreaks of peasant rebellions in China and surplus males. As we all know, the CCP is not a big fan of rebellion of any kind, so this creates a problem for them. Adding to the social problems that are being caused by China's population crisis, you will find that the gender imbalance is creating a high competition in marriage for the few females available. Chinese matchmakers always have more men than women, which means a lot of men go unmarried into old age. This further creates a disproportion in the birth rate, and it has also resulted in the thriving of online communities where young men spend money on females to find closure and comfort. This activity contributes to the collapse of Chinese morality and tradition in society. Consider this. China's population grew to 1.41 billion in the decade ending in 2020. Its lowest rate of growth since imposing a strict one-child per family policy in the 1980s. The National Bureau of Statistics announced that China added 72 million people between 2010 and 2020, an increase of 5.38%, with annual growth averaging 0.53%. As these statistics show, the population crisis in China is only getting worse. Where it becomes an economic problem is that a good portion of China's active workforce is aging, but there aren't enough youngsters to replace them in jobs all over the nation. This creates vacancies in key sectors all over the country, and because there's no manpower, economic growth slows down. As you can imagine, this is the last thing that China wants as it fights to surpass the US definitively in several metrics. The sector that has been affected the most by this labor shortage has been the manufacturing industry. as there is not enough manpower to man the industries in comparison to the past. On the other hand, certain analysts have argued that there's not so much a universal labor shortage as there is a mismatch in labor. The younger generation is shying away from manual jobs like farming and industrial work, which makes up a significant part of the economy. This, therefore, leaves a gaping hole in the labor pool, leading to the same problem: vacancies and slow economic growth.
Autopilot jump.
But labor shortages aren't the full scope of the problems that come with China's population aging problem. Other factors exist that are equally as puzzling to solve for the government. The reality of the situation, confirmed by the results of China's most recent census, shows that the silver generation is China's fastest growing demographic. This demographic of senior people accounts for 1/3 of the country's purchasing, a fact that merchants and retailers are becoming aware of and factoring for. With growing spending power, more leisure time, and longer life expectancy, Chinese seniors are becoming a consumer group to be reckoned with. Given their growing will to live their golden years to the fullest, and taking into consideration how nuanced this huge cohort is, brands can create and communicate their products and services properly. China's population of people over 60 years old surpassed 254 million in 2019, accounting for 18.1% of the total population. No other country in the world faces such a significant demographic change. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, China's aging population will reach 330 million by 2030, accounting for 1/4 of the overall population. What this means in economic terms is that there will be a whole portion of China's population that will be retired and not actively contributing to the growth of the economy. Analysts have stated that the demographic dependency ratio, which is a measure of the dependence on a society's total working population, would go from 47% in 2019 to 96% in 2050. What this means is that in the not-so-distant future for China, for every retiree, there will be only one person working. This will undoubtedly put pressure on China's economy, as there will be a strain to take care of the retired population. Extra burdens will be placed on the benefits and the healthcare system, resulting in increased costs all around. Current estimates state that in 2027, retirement funds will peak at 7 trillion yuan, but then go to zero by 2035 due to the number of dependents increasing. As a result, a notable deficit will be felt between its inflows and expenses monetary-wise, and by 2050, the deficit will be in the trillions of yuans. The difficulties in maintaining the liquidity of the pension system are forcing the government to take extreme measures, like attempting to encourage more births and increasing the retirement age. But it might all be a little too late at this point. The government is not oblivious to the problems being faced in China. In fact, the CCP, realizing the trouble that China is in, has long since instituted a two-child policy. In May 2021, the Chinese government announced it would scrap that policy in favor of a three-child policy, allowing couples to have 3 children to try and increase the declining birth rates. This followed 2020, where the birth rate fell 15% to record a dismal 10 million births. In addition, China has started to try and address the low manpower problem by moving towards technological trends and trying to use technology and innovation to supplement the industrial sector. Basically, China is trying to transition the economy from being labor-intensive to a technological one. But it's key to note that the industrial sector constitutes 38% of the overall economy. And until full automation, the labor shortages will be felt in the present moment and for many years to come. These measures, at this point, just seem like desperate attempts to resolve a problem that is now far more than skin deep. After generations of the one-child policy, there are now facets of the Chinese economy that are so deeply ingrained that it will take decades to reverse the effects. The question, much like what comes first, the chicken or the egg, is what will come first? The destruction of China or the rebirth of the nation?
This was good. I enjoyed it immensely. Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Thank you, what's his name? It's, Business Basics. I've liked and sub to your channel. Thank you, the Armchair Historian. I've liked and sub to your channel. 2.2. I see you're shining. It's good.
Captain Lloyd W. Williams can hear the sounds of combat. Men of the 5th Marine Regiment pick their way through Bellow Wood. Newly
it appears that I may need to restart my computer because I can't. Windows has fucked up and ruined some more of my time here, and so I must take a 5-minute pause to restart my computer. I'm terribly sorry. This will probably happen more in the future as Windows gets more and more fail each day. You know, and at this point I'm gonna have to start restarting because I can't even move screen. I can't move. Windows is so bad now that I can't even move like Windows around my screen. Windows is really probably worse than Windows, I would say. The worst thing that Windows does is Windows, I would say, because I can't get Windows clients to even move around to different screens anymore. You know, I have an idea that might work actually. Maybe. I have an idea that might work rather than a reset. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn off my TV, or not my TV, but I'm gonna disconnect from the display. Keep the changes. Did this kill my stream? I hope not. No, but a black screened, and that's all right. So then, yep, and then extend this. No, revert. And I want you to extend. Yes. Nope. I want you to extend. Very good. Keep changes. Very good. Okay, then I need you to see if I can. Nope, I have completely lost control. Maybe if I can get. No, my Windows key has stopped working completely. Let's Google that and see if I can just when key stopped working. Right. Let's see if that's Windows key not working. Press Control Delete on the keyboard and click on the Task Manager. Click on the Process tab. Look next to it. Right click on it. But no, I don't know. Yeah, you are not letting me open my Windows with my Windows key, and that's why. It is not recognizing my Windows key not working. Oh, they say, oh yeah, my key, oh, is that what it is? Oh, that is what it is. So it was my keyboard shutting off the Windows key. I wondered what that was. I was like, why can't I move clients around? And it's because I accidentally pressed the lock key on my keyboard. I wondered. I was like, okay, well, that's so good. I've been having that problem a lot lately, and I'm like, what's going on with that? Never know the Windows key not to work, you know? There we go. Now I can get a nice client that's on the screen. That's good. Yeah, all the settings, you know, I want to try medium. I think ultra is a bit high, but I think I can probably get away with medium. So we'll try medium and see. With all these clients on and everything. Okay, well in that case, we're going to jump.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I'm gonna invite to party here. Form fleet with. Good, and yes, accept the fleet invite. Yep. See, the minute the Fallout is turned off, I gain a lot of frames, like a lot. So yeah, Fallout is the main problem here. I'll have to run FFXI, but I did figure out a problem that's been plaguing me for weeks. That's really good. That's actually really fucking good. I've been locking my keyboard, not knowing it, but now I've figured it out what it was. I was like, what the hell is this? Constantly, I can't move Windows around with my Windows key, and it's stupid. Oh, and I turned off borderless full screen. So wait, this didn't work out right. We're gonna have to close this. Damn it. Close that. But we want to turn on borderless full screen now again. Borderless full screen. Yes. And then we go Final Fantasy 11. It's good I didn't have to restart the computer. I'm happy about that. Right on, right on. Good. No one in local. No, wait, no, that's not
Warp
local.
drive active.
Turn to local, damn it. You're gonna get me killed. 6 in local. Jump, damn it, jump.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I don't know about her, but I do. I'm gonna set safes here to 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 76 does eat a lot of frames, I gotta say. Oh, one of these has, yeah, she has Mithril Beast coins, or sorry, Platinum Beast coins that I need on my main to sell for 80k. So I'm a big sale is being held up, but she can't do it. Okay, 5 in local. They all appear to be faction warfare people, which is
Warp
good.
drive active.
I've got to upgrade her spaceship command, I think, which is annoying. It should be on top of the list maybe because she's slow. Where is her
Warp
spaceship
drive
command?
active.
It's like, I maybe shouldn't be worried about this now, but spaceship command is spaceship command. Advanced spaceship command. Yes. Oh no, it's yeah. Her spaceship command should be up way higher. It should be highest on this list. Where is it? There it is. This needs to be up here way higher. It's definitely affecting me. Yeah, there we go. It's the most important thing on this list. There we go. Ooh, look, without Fallout, I have so much better frames. Like, wow, yeah, it's just solid 120, like, no problem. Fallout and Rust and all these, like, shooter games, they eat so much frames. It's so annoying. Okay, she's in here. I need her Platinum Beast coins, which should be... No, it's not in her storage. I think it's on her. Yeah, 3 Platinum Beast coins. I think that's enough. So... Deliver... Okay, almost to target. Looks like we're gonna make some money here today, but I don't know yet. We could still die. I doubt anybody fucks with ibises and stuff. There's a lot of people here. I could die. I could like, man, there is a lot of people here. This might be problematic, but we'll see. Okay, next jump is next stop is Jita, but we have to pick up first. DAFIG. I'm glad that I got the 2 twin pilots together and got them to do this, because it will be some income towards the loss of her billion OGs. Her billion in OGs yesterday. I have no idea. I still don't know what happened either. I almost want to contact CCP, but I know I destroyed those OGs. I just can't believe I did it. I was in a rush for faction warfare, I guess, and I just totally spaced that I had OGs. And I detonated my clone to jump across the fucking universe, I think. Which is so goddamn dumb. And CCP won't refund that. This system is dead, which is very good. If that was a system I had to pick it up in, I was probably going to die. But this system, I'm probably fine, honestly. Oh, God. What now? No. I need you to show me currencies in wallet. You fucking threw me for a loop here on purpose. I swear to God, you guys do this shit to me on purpose. I swear to God, you just erase what I was doing. Yes, go. No, it's that one. Go.
Warp drive active.
Go. Is she talking? Yeah. God damn it, you're annoying. I swear to God, you do this stuff on purpose. Okay, send. What did I just send? It was like, oh, it was the original
Docking
5,
permission
yeah.
requested.
So hopefully there's enough here. I think she's one short of a... Nope. I think she's one short of a...
Docking request
Yeah, I'll send
accepted.
the tree cuttings too. I'll just sell them. It's fine. I mean, yeah, there's really no reason to make her run to sell those. I'll just send it through to the main and I'll vend her. It's alright. The sheets too. Or no, I need her to sell the sheets.
Docking permission requested.
She's full. Yeah, it works for me. There we go, cool.
Docking request accepted.
You know, I wonder if I could sell this stuff here. I mean, I doubt it, but like, let's look at the sales volume where I'm at for what I'm buying. But anyways, we're going into the LP store to the 24th Imperial Crusade. We have 242,000 showing. We could do a Revelation. No, that's a million LP. Jesus Christ, no. But the blueprint is cool. The Revelation Navy, that is cool. Armageddon Navy. Imperial Navy Large MP Smart Bomb Blueprint. Is it BPO? No, it's a copy. They're all BPO copies. Imperial Navy Command Mine Link. Imperial Navy Command Mine Links go for... Let us go see. Imperial Navy Command Mine Links go for... Bastard Arms right now are 80 and 78. Okay, I see. Like, I thought that, like, it sucks that the event didn't make everybody rich because now they're being all miserly with the profits. It's fucking annoying. So let's see, what else am I doing here? I am looking at what are these called? Imperial Navy Command. Imperial Navy Command mine links are going in JITA for... Wait, oh yeah, JITA. I'm sorry. They're going in JITA for 311. The biggest buy order is in JITA for 274. 274. It does require 100 million... It is money if I get out of it, out of here with it. But, oh no, I can't buy it because you need something. Never mind, that doesn't work. Yeah, what's that worth? Copies of blueprints, copies of blueprints. Oh, look, it's an Alfred Company, Alchemist Biology, 810. She actually needs that. That's the 810. That's the one that I currently have, right? Yeah, the 810 is what I'm currently using in my main. Yep, in my main. It's like the Yeti Harvesting, Alchemist Shield, and the Gnome Shield upgrades. And finally, oh no, she doesn't have a... oh no, Alchemist Biology 810 is the one that I want. Yeah, that's one of the ones that she wants to use. It'll save me money. That's actually really good. So let's buy... We'll definitely buy one of those for her. I'm alone here, yeah. So, oh, I'm sorry, you're fucking me up here. Okay, Alchemist Neurotoxin Recovery. That's an 810 NR1005. Biology, Alchemist Neurotoxin Target Painting, Destruction, Cap system. So she will need a whole set of stuff here that we've got to pull. This is one of them. She needs this. She needs... That was expensive. Make this bigger. It's too small. I can't see all the stuff. It's stupid. I wish I could see this in a different view too. That's alright. Long range, CPU management, signature, electronics, power grid. Pulse, Squire, capacitor emission, Squire capacitor systems, capacitor managed, cruise missiles, rockets, light missiles, heavy missiles, explosion, heavy ham, defender, shield operation, shield emission system, shield management, shield operation, shield upgrades. So we're gonna buy that. Good, and that puts me down to 83,930, so I can buy one more, which is the, what does she have? She has shield upgrades and shield management, right? Shield upgrades, shield management, yep. Hey, so I'm going to save a lot of money by doing this if I get out with them. Here's somebody, Warhead to Marcus. He's looking like he's bad, but he's not in the station with us. Shield management, shield emissions system, shield upgrades, shield management. The last one, good, is that one. This was a lot better than I thought. I can just buy a bunch of the stuff that I just destroyed yesterday for free without having to spend a lot of money on it, which is very, very helpful for me. Okay, she's done now. So we come and we look at the LP station and we make it bigger so we can see it all. And we come on down here to the bottom. Filter price? Oh, no, don't filter price. Yep, this is the sets that I'm looking for here. We want those, not basic, but it's, is it standard? No, it's not standard. It's, I mean, we could just turn around and resell those, I think, and buy the other ones that she wants. I'm fairly sure. So I'll just do that. We can just turn around and... Even if one of them dies, I'll get the others through. Oh, high-grade deltas and stuff. Oh, yeah, 5,000 LP and 5 million is an ocular filter basic. High-grade Grail delta and epsilons and stuff. Yeah, high-grade Grail omegas. Yeah, it's good stuff. Okay. But, Imperial Navy drone damage amplifiers are 30,000 LP. Wow. Imperial Navy. Looking for standard, I think. Let's just look for standard and see what pops. Yeah, the standard filters, but they're not that much. Let's just buy the nice ones then. We'll come down here to the bottom and buy not these, but the... Oh yeah, it was that actually. It's not those, but... Yeah, missiles, target ping, sig radius, propulsion, jamming, long range targeting, electronics upgrades, management, shield upgrades. So, where is the ones about alchemy, right? Alchemy. Oh yeah, alchemy. Yep, alchemist. Neurotoxin recovery and biology 810s. We're gonna buy probably, frankly, 3 of these because I know they sell. How many of these can I get? I can get 2. Yeah, because I have less. Yeah, I have less LP. So okay, that's okay. We'll buy 1 more standard filter, and we'll just sell it. Standard subprocessor. Yeah, I mean, I could get just a full set of filters here. That is a way to do this. Purchase. Okay. Purchase. Okay. Purchase. Okay. Purchase. Okay. Purchase. Oh, that was it. That was everything we do. Okay. So then we come to inventory and we load these up, and dear God, I pray I don't get caught. But we'll see. I'm in a fast ship, so we'll see. Item hanger. Okay, pray you don't get caught. This guy moved through. Elliot Anderson. The other guy was flagged, so, but this guy's not. So here we go. Pray that I fucking make it. It's only 4 jumps to safety, so probably be okay. Oh, do I have to go through stuff? I do. There's a lot of stuff in this ibis. It's annoying. What do I do? I just do it. It's fine. I don't care. I'm done. Fuck, 2 of them popped in, which is annoying. But alright.
Warp drive active.
Pressure. Go.
Warp drive active.
Okay, gotta load Fallout now.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
This was the bad system. I got through it, which is good. Barring any camp or something right here. Yeah, no, I should be alright. Beep, boop, goo. Not bad. Made it. I think I made it. Uadam is more scary than Losec is, which is stupid. Really stupid. Like, genuinely stupid, like most of the people who play PvP games. They just make poor decisions with their lives. There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Let's see how medium does. Ultra was too high. Let's see if medium's better. Yeah, feels good. Much, much better. I'm full, but yes, feels good. That sucked. Cost me a stim pack. I love the sound it makes when it reloads. Oh no, is there a camp here? No, this system's just hot. Oh, let me through, let me through. Okay, so I'm gonna put some weapons away. Sort by, well, maybe I should just crack those ones that I didn't like. Some of them are okay. Let's see. What did I get? I got, yeah, that tactical Gauss rifle. Why it's hot? While it's high value, it's not too good. It's not that good. I'm gonna crack it. You're no good. You're no good. Need speed on you, and you don't have it. The medic's short assault rifle. Vast criticals are useless to me. Sorry. Suppressor's Grognak Ask worthless without speed and reduction. I like instigating the dragon. It's really good. I'm gonna keep it. Yep, this is a really good weapon. Stalker Severe with the reload speed, and it's also got burning. Mutant Slayer's pickaxe can crack. Mutant Slayer's 50 cal would have to have speed on it and healing for me to keep it. Stalker's Ultra Sight Gatling Laser. It doesn't have fire on it. Its damage is 32. The other Ultra Sight Gatling Laser gets 32. They're like the same gun, but one burns and one doesn't. What else does it say? It doesn't mention the fire on it because maybe I modded or something. I don't know what the difference is, but I think they're the same value essentially. Like, that's the one I'm using, so that's the one I'm gonna keep. Medic's Broadsider is worthless. Oh yeah, I used up all my script, did I? Okay. Mutant Slayer's pull cube. I'll sell those in my shop because people do buy legendaries from time to time. It's not very common, but oh my god, am I still in Avenant? I am. Go, go, go.
Warp drive active.
I am fucking spacing out in low sec. I'm such an idiot. I'm ready to lose like a billion this year. What
active.
the fuck? Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank God it was empty. Well, it's not empty, but anyways. You know, I'm inclined to use a Twitch stream that I almost never have ever used, but I am inclined to do it now today. We'll go to Twitch. Almost never use Twitch, almost ever, you know? Almost ever. It's funny, I'm a Twitch star, but I don't almost never use Twitch. I'm looking for you, a Dama Scout. There he is. Oh god, you're gonna make me watch a fucking video. Come on, man. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Can't you make me immune to commercials? I have 4,000 follows on Twitch. You should give me immunity to commercials. What the fuck, man? I've made you so much money. Well, by my standards, not by your standards, but by my standards, I've given you a lot of money. 28 people, please show me the goddamn 21st system control hunters and gag mode. I'd like to see come on in the suggestion box. So, hurry up, you. This is entirely unacceptable. How did you get past my fucking ad block either? What the fuck? I guess Twitch doesn't like let you get around ads. That's funny. Anyways, so here we go. We're on a good bit of a jump. We're safe now for a while. I'm standing next to like a computer or something, and it's really loud.
Warp drive active.
What the hell is that? Yeah, what is it? It's like... I think there's like a computer downstairs is what it is. Frames are better, which is good. But I think I liked low more, and I'm gonna go back to it. So, yeah. So, unfortunately. Alright, we're gonna do some jumping, and we'll check out Udama now. Number 1, he's never received a cheer before, huh? Why is this so low quality? Oh, because I set it that way, huh? Quality. Oh yeah, which reminds me, how is my Twitch monitor? Is it running? Yeah. You won't give me my screen right. There we go. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, this is a good deal, the Imperial Mind Link, but I didn't have enough for it. So, make the quality 1080p. Need to look at Sivalia, Geth, Odin, Abazan Shera, Savala, but where's Uedama? I don't see Uedama. Well, now I know the names of the fucking systems. I have to go through Abazan. Yeah, but why is Udama not on this list, though? Tama, Odin. Wow, it's a smart idea. You just run all of the locals. He's so smart. I would have done the same thing. We added a corruption tracker. Gath, Odin, Abazan. Oh, I suppose I should now keep going since I'm not slow boating with this much loot.
Warp drive active.
And the bad station's still about 10 jumps ahead. Abazan Shera, Abazan Hikota, Odin, Gas, Sivala. I'm gonna like him because I don't want to sub, but I do want to like. Have I liked him? Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, no, I can't follow. I can follow, but I can't like. Yeah. Here's an example of Twitch actually being beneficial. It's very rare. And my channel, of course. You'll learn so much in my channel. A lot more than other gamers will teach you. Because they're all jealous of everything that they know. I am entirely willing to just let you see all of it. I don't care. I would show my penis if I thought anybody would pay for it. Not because I want the money, but because my family does. I could give a flying fuck about money, but my family desperately needs it. You know, medical issues and such.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I don't see Uedama here. I guess it's just the one in the center. I can't really tell. So this is the Abazan Gate. If docked, the gate is not clear. I can't. Oh, there's Uedama. I see. Oh, okay, that's Uedama. There is a goddamn camp, it looks like, but I can't really tell. I mean, am I going to get killed here? I don't know. Are they going to pop ibises? They're unlikely to, but I don't really know. You know what I should do? Is dump the loot and send one in and just go see what they're doing. But no, I'm just going to try and jump through, because one of the things is they can only catch one of them. So I'd rather just jump through both through at the same time. I know that I'm just gonna jump in 5 minutes. Knowing that they're there is not gonna change my approach. I'm still gonna try and get through, even if they are there. So whatever, you know. Goddamn Roblox and high sec is a small penis motherfucking assholes sit there and Roblox rather than like playing the game. They just want to sit somewhere stationary so they can shoot the shit and get drunk because they're fucking 40-year-old men and stuff. And so they just sit there and like block the fucking road. Like the fat ass fucking road hogs that they are. It's so annoying. HiSec doesn't deserve this sort of treatment. These people have small penises and they need to go to nullsec. They're fucking pussies. I told a couple of them the other day. I was like, you fucking pussies need to go to nullsec. You're ruining HiSec. It was cool like this. It was cool to act like this the first 10 years of the game, but now we're on the third set of 10 years of game. And Roblox, they were cool way back when WoW was around or whatever, but but taxing the people for traveling on the fucking road is archaic and goddamn bullshit. When you can go out there to nullsec where they very much so want to fight, and they're like begging, they're like, where is everyone? And they're like, why is nullsec so dead? It's because they sit around here where they're protected by cops and they're allowed to fucking they're allowed to just rob you. Which makes no sense. It's like really weird. They should be kicked out of HiSec permanently. Like the first time they ever do it, they should be kicked out of HiSec permanently. Like it should just drop you to -10 when you gank in HiSec. Like so that you can do it to your worst enemy, but you know that you're gonna spend 6 months getting that reputation back. You know that's what HiSec ganks should cost. I really feel that way. They should cost you a full 10 points of reputation, because that's what it's like in real life. If you gank or hurt somebody in real life or murder or rape, if you don't face jail, you're dead to the community forever. They don't let you pay taxes again or work a job in America or any other country, really. I don't really see why how that's any different from here. That's how this should be. If you rob somebody in HiSec as they go on about their business trying to keep this fucking community alive and selling stuff and playing the game and being there, like that, it's literally the same thing as a goddamn purse snatcher running down a busy downtown fucking like sidewalk, you know? And it's bullshit. If you were to do that in real life, you would be exited from the scene for several months so you couldn't hurt anybody else while they reformed you and convinced you not to do that again, you know? But now, like, I don't know, it's like now it's like, you know, jail is like this acceptable price, and you know, death and Eve is an acceptable price so these people can be bad actors and all this, and it's just dumb. There's a lot of people here. I've got to send one through trial.
Warp drive active.
Oh, God. That guy that I just saw is passing through Savala right now. I forget what he was in. I didn't look. These people that I just saw are now passing through there. Like, they're like 6 jumps ahead of me or something. So do you see how you can see that Eve is a real man's game, not a fucking pussy's little boy's game like Rust? I mean, I hate to say it, but it is. It's a real man's game. It's got real serious people playing it. Like, it's not the little boys that harass you on Rust, you know? You can tell people are serious about this shit. Yep, right now, right on screen, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess what we're looking for here is the red and yellow symbols, right? Suspect and red. There's no red symbols in Uedama. There is one in Savala. I don't know.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
There's a yellow in the Udama that wasn't there a minute ago. He just runs this all the time, and every day he just fires up all 6 clients and looks at it on Twitch. And this is an endless source of income. And people just watch this. 30 people watch this at least every single day. And he can just make money. I'm sure some of them do. Every time they save themselves a ship, they're like, here's a follow. 7,000 follows, not bad. I'm doing half as good as him, though. Even if it is through fucking hate raids, fucking idiot who hate raided me didn't think about that it helps me, or he never would have done
Warp
it.
drive active.
I didn't want the hate raid, and I don't want the follows, but I mean they're helpful now.
Warp drive active.
I feel like I would be doing better if I was down at the actual number. This guy that was in Savala, Banya Cat, kind of looks like maybe they're... Oh, this guy, Father Osip, just went off. It does seem like they're ganking in Savala. It's annoying. I don't know, though. Yeah, kind of does look like they are. Bishop Blaster. Kathy Gorman and Echo. Babe Dole.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
How is 76? Are you on? No. You're gonna crash my client, aren't you? Are you done with this? Yeah. This is Final Fantasy. You black screened on login? Did you? Yeah, you did. No, log out. Let's see. Close. 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 Oops. Go.
Warp drive active.
Go.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I didn't get scanned here, which is good. That's the initial warning sign. Nobody scanned me, so nobody knows what's in my belly yet. The minute that I'm scanned, I'm just gonna dock up. I have a good feeling about this. I think it's early in the morning and they're unlikely to be there on a Tuesday morning. Oh, we don't know. Here comes Savala. Let's see how bad it is. Tama, Geth, Odin. Slashers, Velators, and a Mark V. Let's see how this goes. Is there a camp? We don't know. It might be on the other side. That's what happened last time. Go, go, go. Jump, jump, jump.
Warp drive active.
Okay, Savala was okay.
Warp drive active.
Wow, that guy's in an orca? I do not come here in an orca. He must be with them. Probably is. Okay, moment of truth. Let's pray that one of them gets through. I'd be okay with the other one dying. Here's the camp. I'm gonna die. Okay, here we go. Jump.
Warp drive
Jump.
active. Warp drive active.
Got the jump, but we don't know what's on the other side yet. That's good. They didn't fuck with me. I think we're okay. Oh no, we haven't hit Uedama yet, I'm sorry. But I wasn't scanned though. Okay, we're about to see my name pop live on this thing. Or no, I'm in. Oh no, wait. I'm in Uedama, yeah. Wait, oh, they're one jump behind, I guess is what it is. No, I'm 2 jumps behind somehow. How am I 2 jumps behind? That's so weird. What? Well, she made it through, and that's good. They let her through. I don't know. Go, go, jump, jump, go, go, jump. Go,
Warp
go.
drive active.
Why was the other one faster? That's weird. Go, go, jump, jump, go, go.
Warp drive active.
If they ever make a good PvP game like this, besides Eve, like for like fantasy players, you know, I will do I will take his idea for the Uedama Scout, and I will take it to the main gates of the big city. And I'll be like, if you want to see the city, here it is. And I'll start a Twitch account that only does
Warp
that.
drive active.
Okay, good. Now go, go, go. I think I made it. They didn't tackle me. Very good. Now they can get me coming in, but they'd have had to scan me. I got through. They let me through. They were like, Ibis is too small of a target today, thank God. Because I have been killed in an Ibis before with Masters. But I was autopiloting. I'm an idiot. I think I was. I don't know. Let's see how 76 plays. Yeah, see it is. If low settings are good. Yeah, I've got to crack stuff. Huh? No, I have my daily limits, so I guess I've got to put away. Oh, no, I can go into the basement. It's basically like a base. Yeah. Hey, I made it, guys. Fuck yeah, I made it. I made it with my 600 million worth of shit. I didn't even want to say how much it was, you know? I didn't want to say how much it was until I was out of there, but I have 600 million worth of shit in these ibises, and I was very nervous about losing it. They've been very on point lately. They've been fucking honest people way too fucking hard, just like these shitheads I dealt with in Rust. Y'all been fucking honest people way too fucking hard. Go find a dirty motherfucker. It's not me, bitch. There's plenty of bad people out there. It's not me, bitch. My whole community will tell you I'm good now. I mean, I was bad at certain points in my life, but I've been good for 7 years. You need to leave me the fuck alone. I'm a good, honest working man. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're gonna deserve whatever charge you get. Best to leave me alone. I mean, they wouldn't tell me what charge.
Approaching Stargate. Approaching Stargate.
Now... I forgot what I came down here for. It was selling... Can you get in there?
Autopilot jumping.
Possible to get in there? I guess not.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, I guess I'm in here to scrap stuff and take a look at. Yeah, I want to mess with the cryo later.
Warping to Stargate.
I don't
Warp
remember what this
drive
gun does.
active. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh. Oh, that's all it does? Is it? What's it use? Just fuel or... Oh no, cryo. Cryo's its own thing, huh? I wonder if I have any. See, this is good, but I gotta attach like legendary affixes to it and stuff. I wonder if I can afford that. Legendary module, legendary or vault steel scrap. I want 1 for 50. 1 for 10. And
approaching
that's it,
Stargate.
right? Yeah, I think I'm supposed to buy. Let's buy like 6 modules. Let's go see if I can actually mod the cryo
Approaching
later.
Stargate.
Because I wouldn't mind. Oh no! What are we doing here? Oh no! Why are you scanning me? What? Oh no! Is he shooting me? Don't shoot me! Why are you scanning me in fucking Sopela?
Jumping.
Fuck's your problem?
Autopilot jumping.
Oh no, what was this about?
Warping to Stargate.
No.
Autopilot disabled.
Active. No, jump.
Warp drive active.
Why am I being scanned there? Oh, he's scanning me going in? That's weird that you're scanning me going in. Doesn't make any sense. Well, whatever it is. Now you're making me nervous. So now he knows what I have. And I'm going to... Oh, God. I'm right. No. I'm right.
Autopilot engaged.
I'm right where he's going to be. Son of a bitch. It's the same thing. Oh, God. I wish I could have stopped. It's him again. No, he jumped. Wait, I'm in Erlen? Yeah. He jumped after me. They came after me. He wanted me. Well, it's good to know. So
approaching Stargate.
Go. I'm fine. I'm in perimeter now. It's good.
Warp drive active. Autopilot
Lead
jumping.
up for the state.
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna spend way less money because I spent a couple days in faction warfare. Way back when I was living out there by Amar in my last corporation, like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, I did about 2 nights of faction warfare, and it actually paid for all of the odds that I lost yesterday, almost all of them. I'm gonna spend some money, probably like 500 million, but it was gonna be like 1.2. I saved like 6, or it was gonna be 1.1, and I saved like 600 million of it or something like that. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be expensive, but still, it'll be a lot less than I thought it was going to be. And I'm in a very good mood. I've been in a very bad mood for a couple of days. Ever since I lost that bill. Like, I lost the bill, I didn't even know how. I fucked up, and I suicided my own clone, and I didn't even know for like a day. And it's fucked me up like for a bit. But now I'm okay. Now that I made it back, I'm okay. I can easily just replace the goddamn expensive ass, like the highest end Oggs on the market. I have to buy her I don't have to buy her now, but I have to buy her an entire, what the hell was that? Oh god, fucking Rust makes you so paranoid. I'm done with
Docking
Rust.
permission requested.
Rust is a bad game. The game itself is not bad. The people on Rust are bad. They make you fucking paranoid as hell.
Approaching Stargate.
Shitty McCheatertons. Speaking of which, let's go listen to Kimomo. I'm sick of piece of shit Rust garbage. I'm fucking sick of them. I'll make my own server. What are we thinking of? I am thinking of...
Autopilot
I'm
jumping.
thinking of Kimomo. Kimomo Rust Cheater removal streamed 1 day ago. Catching Rust cheaters. He's a streamer now, is he? Raiding and annoying Rust cheaters.
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
Look out, Ginger Beardy banned from admin duty. Watch this comedy gold. Okay, what got Ginger Beardy banned from admin duty? Why does Rust Temp game ban cheaters? Let's listen to this. Shut the fuck up, you cheating fucking cocksucker. Nobody wants to hear your worthless ass speak. Shut the fuck up. $35. Craft the wrong weapons. That's alright. What is this worth? I mean, yeah, I'll sell you a 3-star pistol for 142. I'll take the caps, yeah.
Approaching station.
There's my beloved MM. It's going away for now. And then, yeah, the Instigator. I like the Instigator. I do like the Instigator. Maybe I will use it. I mean, I don't know. I think the railway rifle's better. Oh, yeah. No. Uh-oh. No, what's this? Whoa there, buddy. Whoa. Why am I being targeted? What?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled.
Home free, bitches! Yeah. Alright, so all 3 of these go in her head. Absolute. Trade. There we go. Okay, Xenu Gnome, and an Alfear Alchemist Biology. Accept. Okay, and then we take this and we... Oh, I didn't trade her. Oh, no, she's got what she needs. So in the item hanger, we take the things in the this. First we go to here and we sort by price. We see all the stuff except for the boosters, and the standard thingies all get sold right now for immediate. And there is some 66 odd of what I need. Fucking noise. Someone's here. Oh, okay, yeah, VOA. Oh yeah, can I sell this? Can I? Oh no, I have to go home, huh? Yeah, look, my legendaries did sell. That knife is $99.48. It is worth that. So is that Gatling laser. Chunky's the dragon, agreed with the prediction. Chance to cripple. Portal lever action. And 514 Vampire's Combat Knife. See, this is a really good combat knife. Somebody should have bought it by now. But anyways, yeah. I believe I want to go to the basement and see if I can mod this cryolator, but I don't know what it's required, so let's like go through the whole thing about that. I want to put 3 stars on this cryolator. Let's see what I roll. Cryolator, random legendary mods, 3 of them. Nice. Damage increases per prediction. I got a Junkies Cryolator. Last round in the magazine has a 25% chance to deal 100% damage. That's cool. At +1 agility. Works for me. I have a new weapon. I'm very happy with that. Let us do Cryolator instead of the Zealot's Railway Rifle. Oops, no. Well, let's do both. No, let's not do both. Yeah, I don't think the Railway Rifle really fits me the way the Cryolator does. Although I don't have a lot of cryo, maybe. That might be kind of a factor. I suppose I'll have to go see that. Where's the thing? I'll go back to the base and turn on the music. Or no, I guess I'm watching stuff, am I? Yeah. Stupid fucking cheating piece of shit. What you deserve. Shut the fuck up, cheater. Shut your worthless ass up. Ain't nobody would hear you talk.
What did we do? Bro! What did we do? Actually.
Listening to your stupid fucking shitty asses, I can't do it. Bye. Listening to your fucking voice break and your sexless fucking ass when you're my age, you'll have never had sex. I can hear it in your voice. It's that loser fucking talk that you got. The women can smell it from a mile away and they won't touch you. Only men for you.
Arrived to reinforce their flagging French and...
This is the Armchair Historian with the World Wars from America's perspective. Full documentary, animated history. Animated history, okay. Well, then let's go smaller here. Wow, you went way flatter for some reason, but okay. That's okay. You won't go... Smaller? Smaller. No, you won't. Oh, well. Yeah, cryo takes cryo. I was going upstairs to check the box, I think. Oh, wait, this is the wrong way, isn't it? Is there a storage down here? I don't know this place that well. You should have put one down here. If you're going to do a fake base, you might as well do 2 boxes. Hey, that's fine. Yeah, store all junk. I want to... come to my ammo and look for cryo. No, so I'll have to go home. That's okay though. Okay.
allies. Suddenly, forms come bursting from the thick woods. The Marines raise their rifles, but instead of Stahlhelmed Germans, they find their lines swamped by battered French infantry. As their comrades retreat through the American line, a French colonel approaches Captain Williams, but his English is broken and unintelligible. The French officer gives a snort of frustration and pulls a notepad from his kit, scribbling a note. Captain Williams reads the proffered order before fixing his bayonet, uttering 6 words that will echo through the history of the United States Marine Corps. Retreat? Hell, we just got here. General George S. Patton once referred to the M1 Garand as the greatest battle implement ever devised. Its reliability and accuracy on the battlefield is legendary, and thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Goat Guns, you can own your own high-quality die-cast miniature-scale model of this iconic firearm. Ranging from 4 to 15 inches in length, Goat Guns models are designed to be as accurate as possible to their functional counterparts, up to and including authentic wooden finishes and leather shoulder straps. This makes designs like the Garand, as well as other models, stand out all the more. while little details like the detachable magazines and moving parts and dummy rounds add a sense of realism that no plastic model could hope to match. Goat guns are fun to assemble, make for great display pieces, and are the perfect holiday gift for gamers, history buffs, veterans, or active duty service members. Ordering is easy with free shipping for orders of $75 or more. Support our channel today by clicking the link in the description below and start building your Goat Guns collection today. Safe behind its twin moats of the Atlantic and Pacific, the United States watched the development of the First World War with concern. When hostilities broke out in July of 1914, American ambassador to France, Myron T. Herrick, advocated taking an active role in mediation. Expression from our nation would have great weight in this crisis. A strong plea for delay and moderation from the President of the United States would meet with the respect and approval of Europe. President Wilson called for neutrality on an existential level, exhorting all Americans to observe neutrality in thought and in deed. To this end, the government prohibited American banks from loaning money to any belligerent nation, an act that the then Secretary of State and noted gold hater William Jennings Bryan hoped would both cement American neutrality and bring the war to a speedy conclusion. One cannot fight with an empty war chest, after all. This fiscal neutrality was not long-lived, as President Wilson reversed the decision in 1915 in response to the British Empire indicating their stockpiles of cash were about to run out, and thus they could not afford to continue buying American goods. Though protesting its neutrality at each turn, the United States was all too keen to do business with the Entente. With the metaphorical floodgates opened, American creditors sent a veritable tsunami of greenbacks to the British Empire, who turned right around and spent that money in the United States. But the British were not the only foreign shoppers in American markets, as the German Empire too sought to buy critical supplies from Uncle Sam. With the Western Front grinding to a stalemate, Germany hired ships from neutral countries to ferry food and other necessities purchased in the United States to the...
You know, I did faction warfare for, what, 4 days, and I made like $1 billion or something. Faction warfare pays. She's hungry. I haven't played my main in a while. It's kind of fun. She needs to get to level 200 because I get another perk card slot if I get that far. And that's like pretty much the end of the game. Not the end of the game, but like, you know, pretty much all the rest of it is just like any work that you get, it just makes you a higher level. It doesn't really mean anything per se, but the levels are numbers, you know. You can go to level 30,000 or 50,000 if you want. You know, people do. They cheat to do it, but they do. Oh yeah, so I suppose the cryolators. Cryo is the next problem. Cryo cells, 2042, not bad. We'll take 500 and we'll transfer unused. 3 away. Oh no, I can't. Damn it. Cryo, 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 cryo. I wish I could store all unused. It's so annoying. Fusion cells and a bunch of fusion cores. Let's go to transfer fusion cores here. So you're done. We can unassign fusion core, fusion core, fusion core, fusion core, fusion core, fusion core. Nice. Oh, those 4 are charging. We'll take 1 more out. 3's enough, yeah. And what else? Let's go mod the cryolator. Modify. Let's see. Broker, no match for my order. Oh, okay. I'll take that, yeah. Gnome shield management and shield upgrades. Those plug in. Good. And then all the rest of that sells. No, not the hobgobs, but everything else sells. 5 remaining market orders. Okay, another 5 million, not bad. So now I have to gift her some money, and I'm not very happy about that, but that's okay. I'm the one who blew up the odds. I've got to take you know, responsibility for the matter. So we see 6, 7, and 8 are taken care of. I need 1 through 5. We're going to compare sets here real quick so I know that I get the right ones. I'm just going to link her and have her buy them. So in fleet, I'm going to link the ones that I need, which are... Ocular, neural, cybernetic, social. Ocular memory, neural. Okay, well, I'll just go install. It's fine. So 102. 102. 102. 'Cybernetic subprocessor improved. I need to make sure I didn't buy that already, just real quick. Yeah, that's the last one. No, that's the... I've got 3 of the 5 that I need. Cybernetic processor... subprocessor improved. And social adaptation chip improved. Oh, did she buy it? No, you bought it. God damn it! I'm on the wrong character. Oh well, it's okay. Damn it. Go. Okay, we have... That's the 4th one, and finally... the fifth one. Okay, very good. Inventory, cybernetic improve, 5. Okay, here is 523 million worth of OGs going in her head. Yes, use the implant. There we go. What else? So her OGs now are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In slot 9, she needs shield operation, shield operation, which is 905. 905. Shield operation. We're gonna drag it so she can just go buy it. $905, and then finally her Yeti, which is going to be the most expensive one, I think. Yeah, there we go. Inherent implants, the Yeti. And here's the last two. I don't know if she has enough. We'll see. She does, I think, just barely. Okay, plugged in, and we are as whole as we were yesterday. There we go. And there goes 700 million in OGs. It was not nearly as bad now that I actually don't really think I spent almost any money at all, really. I mean, I did. I blew 700 mil, but like in terms of, but it could have been 11, you know? I actually did save quite a lot of money. It's awesome. Where's my wallet? I never feel like my wallet's showing me, like, on my thing anymore. It's weird. Yeah, the wallet isn't on the thing anymore. I want you to put this on the thing so I can see it. Yes, 734. So I'm not broke. We're gonna give her 250 million, something like that. Just give her a third of the money so she can buy things if she needs to. 260 million. Okay, there's the last bit of our business here. We can go on about what we were doing. I'm going out to faction warfare, so gonna switch out to a Tristananity, make active, and check the fitting. Oh no, I can't get in the ship yet. I have to go hop out of this. What's that sound? Oh, it's 76, is it? Yeah, it is. So, okay, we are modding the cryolator. Standard barrel, don't have it. Standard stock, don't have it. Default, standard sights. Glow sights, that's at least helpful. And, yeah. And then this two-shot the dragon. I don't want this anymore. I want to put it away. Oops, I want to put it away. And in its place, I'll pull out that... Oh, no, I have an instigating the dragon. So, yeah. Is that how that works? It is, I believe. Yeah, cryolator, love tap. We will put the love tap on my one key. Or, no, I don't know. Maybe I'll put the dragon on my one key. Why not? That's what I usually put my sniper key on. So, yeah, and then, the cryolator. No, I already did the cryolator, right? Yeah, I did. So what am I missing here? Is it the two-shot? No, it's those things are too far is what it is. So you put on a swimsuit. You put on the Gatling laser. You put on, is it Psycho? Yeah, Psycho. And you put on the rocket no, I'm gonna run the Fat Man this time because it's better. It's a legendary Fat Man. So we'll put the rocket here for now, but we'll also put it away. Boomstick. Yep. And then yep, and in this swimsuits place, we put the Stalker's Fat Man. We put putting the missile launcher away, which I already did, but the ammo is probably still on me. Oops. Yeah. Missiles, yeah. Fusion core, gamma rounds, missiles. They can't fit? Oh no. I have definitely filled my box with too much stuff. So right now I'll use up the missiles that I have and I'll put the Fat Man away for now. And I'll pull out the sort by value, and I'll pull out this missile launcher. The boomstick. Right. And we'll use that instead of the Fat Man currently. I am still way over because I'm on the wrong spec, but still. So, okay, and then we come to inventory, and we'll use that up for now. Okay, so the spikes are really numerous. Some of this ammo I'll just throw away. Yes, and the plasma core should go away. Those fusion cores, yeah, we'll take three of them. Yep, and I'll take a little bit more 45 if you got it. No, oh yeah, you do. I'll take like another 400 of it or something. Got 197 over 170. Inventory sort by. Oh, I should go log that in FFXI. Totally spaced it. Damn it. The World Wars from the Americans.
Continent, but British naval supremacy and their blockade of Germany prevented much of it from getting through. The United States formally protested the British blockade in March of 1915, but the issue was quietly resolved in a meeting that saw the United States accept a British prohibition on selling food to Germany. When the blockade began impacting American cotton exports and threatening a vital pillar of the economy, Britain agreed to increase their cotton purchases to cover the shortfall. The upshot of all of this economic backroom dealing was an ostensibly neutral United States bowing to any small pressure from the British Empire to stop selling to Germany. Between 1914 to 1916, American trade with the German Empire plummeted by an economy-shattering 99%. Germany, backed to an economic wall, ordered a submarine blockade of Great Britain in retaliation. The United States protested, declaring this to be a violation of international law. This double standard, accepting a British blockade of Germany but not a German blockade of Britain, was acknowledged and waved away by President Wilson, who claimed that the British Navy did not threaten American lives in the same way that Germany's powerful fleet of submarines did. Wilson was unaware that Germany had only 9 submarines with which to enforce its blockade, hardly the mammoth threat to American life that he seemed to imagine. But the threat was still there, as the sinking of the Lusitania on March 7, 1915, would throw into sharp relief. The sinking of the RMS Lusitania, which killed 128 American citizens, was only one in a series of incidents that drove the American people further and further into the Entente's camp. The American public, already displeased at reports of German atrocities in Belgium, condemned the apparent sinking of a civilian vessel, and a diplomatic back and forth between Washington and Berlin ensued. Calls to enter the war rang in the halls of the capital, stopped only by German promises to scale back their submarine operations. America was pacified for now, but German Americans began to face prejudice at home, prejudice that would only intensify as the war progressed. doubts of German Americans' loyalty would be continuously raised, with President Wilson declaring that any man who carries a hyphen with him carries a dagger that he is ready to plunge into the vitals of this republic when he gets ready. A nakedly hostile remark towards the largest non-English speaking group in the United States at the time. Government-stoked and homegrown paranoia escalated into violence, with
See, even that guy was like, yeah, shotguns are for trenches. They're not for normal fucking warfare.
Americans shot,
it's for clearing rooms and doors and stuff. It's not the shit that you see in Fortnite. It's disgusting.
Their homes, or lynched, such as the case of Robert Paul Prager, a naturalized citizen who was lynched as a spy in April of 1918.
I have to go sell my
This hatred was further stoked by an incredible act of sabotage. As previously mentioned, the Entente funneled much money to Yankee businesses, including munitions plants. Germany, unable to buy American weaponry thanks to the British blockade, began sending spies to find where the Entente was procuring and transporting weapons and munition, and to halt the flow of materiel, if possible. One such point of departure was Black Tom Island in New York Harbor. And on July 30th, 1916, German agents decided to have a little fireworks show. Igniting over $20 million worth of stockpile munitions, the Germans created one of the largest non-nuclear explosions in human history. A shockwave equivalent to a magnitude 5 earthquake was felt as far away as Philadelphia. The Statue of Liberty was damaged, and Black Tom Island was devastated, 110 by 50 meter crater left behind by the blast. Momentum was steadily building for the United States to enter the war. And in a display of military acumen that would make von Bismarck proud, German planners determined that the best way to keep the United States from entering wars was to actively target their merchant shipping and threaten American lives. Their rationale was simple: bringing back unrestricted submarine warfare and sinking every ship headed to Britain, American or not, would starve the Entente into submission and end the war before the United States could even be moved to intervene. American ships were sunk, but President Wilson, just barely re-elected, continued to demur, instead proclaiming armed neutrality by ordering American ships to be armed and authorized to fire on any aggressor. As their ships were raided and more were lost, the American public began clamoring for more than just armed neutrality. President Wilson continued to resist, but his efforts were ended by the infamous Zimmerman telegram, an order by the German foreign minister to his men in Mexico to court America's southern neighbor with promises of recovering territory in Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico if they would invade the United States for the Central Powers. President Wilson, faced with all of these pressures, asked his cabinet for advice, and found a single word on all of his advisors' lips. Both houses of the United States Congress passed resolutions supporting a war on Germany, and President Wilson formally requested Congress acknowledge a state of war had been created by Germany's actions rather than declare war outright. Congress responded by declaring war outright on April 6, 1917. Neutrality had ended, and it was time to go over there. The United States that entered the First World War was far from a military power. Isolationism had taken its toll on America's armed forces, leaving President Wilson to call up a minuscule standing army and dust off a navy of aging battleships. This, in a way, suited the president just fine, as Wilson believed the simple act of entering the war would tip the balance of power firmly in the favor of the Entente. While the British and French clamored for a fight to the finish, Wilson had his gaze fixed firmly on bringing the Germans to the negotiating table, and truly making this the war to end all wars. With the passage of the Selective Service Act, widespread conscription swelled the Americans' numbers. 2 million men had volunteered at the outbreak of war, and conscription would see 2.8 million more go over there. Whether volunteers or conscripts, Yankee troops began making their way to Europe. American troops landed on European shores in June of 1917. British and French commanders initially viewed the newly arrived Americans as reinforcements they could use to supplement their dwindling numbers. Some black soldiers, including the famous Harlem Hellfighters, were folded into the French army for the duration of the war. But General John Blackjack Pershing, infamous pacifier of the Philippines and commander of the American Expeditionary Force, sought to keep his men together in a unified American army. Pershing would largely get his way, and the first major engagement fought by the Americans would come the following summer, the Battle of Cantigny. A German salient at the village of Cantigny represented a golden opportunity to Pershing, who committed the 1st Infantry Division, better known as the Big Red One, to wipe it out. This strike would not only consolidate Entente lines, but Pershing hoped seeing the Americans in action would boost French confidence in their American comrades. At 6:45 a.m. on May 28, 1918, American infantry advanced under cover of French artillery. French tanks and flamethrower detachments advanced alongside the Yanks, and the combined force advanced up the slopes of Cantigny. Despite the help of the French gunners, tankers, and air support, the Americans were mauled during the uphill battle, yet they succeeded in capturing the village. German counterattacks began not long thereafter, but the Americans held firm, turning back 2 days of offensives and keeping a firm grip on Cantigny. The Americans accomplished their objective of not only taking the village, but also demonstrating that they could be counted on in a scrap. That scrap would come at Belleau Wood. A German offensive punched a hole in French lines, and the US Marines were sent to plug the gap, pushing back the German assault and repelling numerous attempts to reopen the hole. From there, the Marines assaulted critical German positions in and around Belleau Wood, taking heavy casualties but accomplishing their objectives. It was among the trees of Belleau that Marine lore could be written. Captain Williams' refusal to retreat has become the motto of the 5th Marines. But Belleau Wood and Cantigny were only the prelude to the largest offensive in American military history to that point. From September 26th to November 11th, 1.2 million American troops embarked on the Meuse-Argonne offensive, aimed at capturing the railhead at Sedan. The offensive hit immediate stumbling blocks, as the Americans deployed inexperienced units already weakened by the Spanish flu. As the battle dragged on, both the Americans and the French sent troops to shore up the line. The Entente spirits would be lifted by an incredible act of heroism. Corporal Alvin York, a sharpshooting infantryman from the 82nd Infantry, now the
86K off of 60K is 26K. It's about 1,000 gil a day to do all that gardening work, and I don't like it. It doesn't pay out enough.
2nd Airborne killed 25 and captured 132 Germans, a feat that would earn him the Medal of Honor. In a bid to break the stalemate, the Big Red One assaulted the German stronghold at Côte du Châtillon, an imposing position that American Lieutenant General Robert Bullard described thus: not a line, a net, 4 kilometers deep, wire interlaced knee-high in grass, wire tangled devilishly in forests, pillboxes in succession, one covering another. No foxhole cover for gunners here, but concrete masonry, bits of trenches, more wire, a few light guns, defense in depth. The mighty First was repulsed by this net, but their loss was quickly avenged by your friend and mine, Douglas MacArthur of the 42nd Rainbow Division, a patchwork of National Guard troops from states from Iowa to Alabama. The Guardsmen were able to succeed where the Big Red One failed, cracking Côte du Châtillon and turning the tide of the offensive, just in time for the armistice to be signed on November 11th. America would prove as active in peace as they were in the final days of the war. President Wilson brought his 14 points to the negotiations at Versailles and pushed for these principles to provide the bedrock for the post-war world. Wilson envisioned a League of Nations that would promote global peace and provide a diplomatic alternative to fighting. Wilson also sought to impose his peaceableness on Europe as a whole, dismantling the old colonial system and promoting self-determination for all peoples across the world. But Wilson's ideas were not universally accepted, with the previously mentioned Secretary of State Lansing remarking that promoting self-determination would raise hopes which can never be realized, and that the phrase is simply loaded with dynamite. The British and French were equally skeptical, with the French representative only reading Wilson's points when the German delegation requested that they be the basis of the peace talks. Fearing that the Americans and Germans would conclude a separate peace based on Wilson's ideas, the French and British accepted the 14 points as Germany requested. Wilson became quite popular for his peacemaking image, and his League of Nations was formally established in 1920. But neither the Treaty of Versailles, which ended the First World War, nor the United States' entry into the League of Nations were approved by Congress, a sign that isolationism had returned to America's shores.
Not bad.
America's
I got this
war
for so
was over
cheap.
for now.
This was like a third. I'm doing
The
so
stock market
well
crash of 1929 and the resulting Great Depression were especially hard on the United States. In a desperate attempt to revitalize the economy, President Herbert Hoover signed the 1930 Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which raised customs duties to such an extent that imported goods became unaffordable to all but the wealthiest Americans. Instead of spurring domestic purchasing and production as intended, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs succeeded only in further damaging the world's economy. As other nations passed retaliatory tariffs against American exports, international trade plummeted by 65%, leading to the full collapse of banks in America and Europe, as the world economy only increased its tailspin. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt became president in 1933, he immediately set about implementing his New Deal program to strengthen America's economy and get people back to work. It is August 1939. World tensions are escalating at an alarming rate. The United States...
Speaking of world tensions are gaining at an alarming rate, so today we will do some faction warfare, and we are going to enlist with Caldari. As you can see, the Caldari and the Galente are kind of at a tear here, and Caldari's doing a lot better than the Galente are. I could fight for the Galente, but then I would see a lot of Caldari. So, I don't know. There's a front line. There's a front line. We're winning that one. I might go to Heveris, but where am I in the scheme of things? Where are we right now? Like, there's Caldari, Interstellar Shipcaster, Greece, this and all this, and yep, and okay. So we're going to open faction selection. We're going to sign up with the Empire. We're going for Caldari today. Ooh, it's raining all hard. I was gonna go walking today. That sucks. It's okay. I've been losing weight regardless. Like, I've been doing so well. I've been barely eating. Mirathand. That is a front line, is it? Why is it a front line? Why is Mirathand a front line? Does it connect, I guess? It must, huh? Why is Mirathand a front line? That wouldn't really make sense. Caldari contested. So, Mirathand... I guess 17% Caldari. That is a front line. Command up, front line. Old Man Star, front line. We could go to Old Man Star, I suppose. Let's go to Hades, huh? I think that's my decision. Well, no, that's a Caldari system. We've got, well, yeah, that's defensive in a Caldari system. We'll go to Hades, yeah. Excuse me. So, okay, she needs to sign up factional warfare for Hades. Open faction selection, Empire. We're signing up for Caldari today. Caldari, bitch. Yeah, enlist me. Join. Smartana. Did the other one join yet? Yes, she did. Good. Sorry. Yeah, it was supposed to open chat, but it only did that for me. It's weird. What channel am I even in? I want local. There's a Sharon. Oh, it's Sharon. Yeah, this is the one I already bet on. Chronos 134. What's the buy-in? 229 is too steep. Here's a Nyx, 273 left. Yeah, we'll take like a 10 swing at this. Oh, no, at 140 million each. No. Nyx, Panther. Still too expensive. Boy, if I got it, if I got it, it would be awesome. But yeah. Anyways, so okay, we are headed out to faction warfare now. We are enlisted and we are ready to fight for the Caldari. I have a healer and a Tristan today. We are headed out to Hades. We're gonna do prefer shorter 9 jump journey. I'm gonna bust this in the private chat. 9 jump journey for Hades. Hades. And in fleet we see, oh, did you not say it? Or oops, private chat with me. I did, but you didn't see it. Why didn't you see? Oh, because I'm looking in the wrong chat. No, don't do it in that. Do it in close this. Do that and drag it there. No, drag it there. There we go. That's where we're going. Okay. Just double checking, you know, before I leave, you know, pilot's flight checklist. Have you left your clone? I'm gonna do this every time I leave the fucking for any kind of PvP at all anymore. I'm gonna be like, did you check your clone? What clone do you have? It's empty. It's a dead clone, so we're good. Now we're gonna do the same for her dead clone, because this was a disaster losing like $1 billion yesterday. That was a disaster. That affected my front end so bad this month. But I mean, I plan to post here. Oh, you know, before I leave. Well, no, I guess I can. Like, well, no, I can't do that remotely. But I could post my contract. But I think I'll do that tomorrow. I was planning to do it around the 26th. I might actually wait like 5 days, because if suddenly for some reason when the kids get out of school or whatever, I think they're already out actually. But anyways. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the time to post the contract. It'll get the most interest all year. And I bet I get 20. I'm gonna do a buyout at 25, and I'm gonna open at 20. And if it doesn't sell, I'll just repost it again for 15, buyout 20, right? And I'll just keep going until I make my money. But I think I'm gonna get 20. I bet I get 20, if not 25 or higher. So, you know, because there's a lot in there. There's so much good stuff in there. It's like triple the value the last one was. At I think I asked for, was it 11 billion? I think it, or yeah, I think I did ask for 10. I think I asked for 10 billion, and it was like 3.5 worth of stuff. It was awesome. It was such a good deal. 7 billion is so much money to me, but it doesn't seem like that much money to me now, because I'm starting to kind of sit on that kind of money. I mean, not right now, but you know, yeah. Because I've been buying stuff wholesale to fill the next contract. Well, I've been gambling wholesale, but I've also been buying. Oh, something I do want to do though right now while I am here before we leave. I have opportunity rewards. Do I for what? Oh wow, daily completion, destroy 25 non-capsuleers, ever marks and 10,000 skill points. Sounds good to me. Sounds sexy and good. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, what about the daily login? I really haven't been doing it, and that's stupid. It's such good stuff. What about you? You got the daily login? Yeah, claim. Ooh, 100,000 skill points. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, can we get Spaceship Command then? Let's just do it, because she's slow. No, wait, wait, I gotta use it. Oh, yeah, Admiral Spice Rum and all this stuff. Yeah, give me that. Yeah, turret booster, capacitor booster. Ooh, cat booster is nice, but yeah, redeem to home station. 100,000 skill points is fucking sexy for a daily login. Yeah. So, what do we do? I want to, Master at Arms Cerebral Augments. I have the page open and I don't like it. Close it. Oh, I hate that sound. Now, yeah, we're gonna ensure platinum. Good, and we will make sure that we are set to shortest. Yes. Okay, we depart for faction warfare. Oh yeah, undock. Out into the wild, wild world. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Undock. And then give me the 76. Ooh, is it loading better? I think it is. Undock while at war. Do not ask me again. Go, go. Autopilot
engaged.
Yep.
Autopilot engaged. Warp drive active. Warping to Stargate.
Okay,
Warp
frames are
drive
better.
active.
Nice. So, oh, I'm too much. Yeah, or no? I don't. 199 out of 170 because I'm the wrong spec. Yeah, because I was ouch. Oh, what is ouch? That hurt me. Whatever it was. Ugh. So,
Approaching Stargate.
oh, right, contracts.
Approaching Stargate.
Contracts. Personal ship, industry, finance contracts. Looking for no corner blueprint. We're looking for contract types of want to sell. Item category,
Autopilot
blueprint originals. Search.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay. So cool. Ooh, cheap. Wait. You know, I kind of jumped the gun here.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Wait, turn them off.
Autopilot disabled.
I jumped the gun here.
Autopilot disabled.
Oh, you jumped already. Damn it, you're so fast. Oh, fuck it. We'll just come back. I'll do it later when I die. Next time I die, I'll stop and I'll do the contracts.
Engaged.
It's fine. That's good.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah. Cool.
Approaching Stargate.
Someone's here? Someone is here. Nice. They used my base for a free travel.
Autopilot jumping. Approaching Stargate.
Power in global affairs becomes more active in deterring the spread of the Axis powers in Europe and the Pacific. These decisions would mark the beginning of a chapter that saw America confront its principles, its enemies, and its own legacy. After the First World War, the United States was keen to remain out of European affairs. Huge losses experienced during the war, combined with economic hardships from the Great Depression, prioritized domestic concerns over foreign affairs. America's isolationism was further influenced by the Nye Committee's findings in 1934. Their report suggested that propaganda, rather than genuine threats, had been a significant factor in the US's decision to enter the First World War. As a result, the US government solidified its stance on remaining neutral in global conflicts by passing the Neutrality Acts between 1935 and 1937, which prevented arms, loans, and credit being sent to belligerent nations. However, the late 1930s showed unmistakable signs of a greater conflict brewing. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, while initially advocating for isolation, started to reconsider America's role on the global stage as Axis countries snatched territories across Europe, Asia, and Africa. He believed that it was essential to support the Allies indirectly. The cash and carry policy, introduced in November 1939, was one such initiative, which allowed European nations to purchase goods from the US provided they handled transportation and payment. Another significant policy was the 1940 Destroyers for Bases deal, which facilitated the transfer of naval destroyers to Britain. In exchange, the US was granted access to specific military bases within British territory. By March 1941, Roosevelt signed the Lend-Lease Bill, which permitted him to sell or transfer any American defense articles to any government whose defense was also deemed vital to the defense of the United States. In April, this policy was extended to the nationalists in China and later in October to the Soviets due to Operation Barbarossa. Parallel to these diplomatic and economic strategies, the U.S. Merchant Marine was actively involved in supporting the Allied efforts. Tasked with the crucial responsibility of transporting supplies, they continually risked confrontations with German and Japanese forces. Recognizing their importance, the U.S. initiated the production of cargo vessels known as Liberty ships from January 1941 onwards to bolster the Merchant Marine's capacity. A pivotal moment in the U.S.'s approach to the impending world conflict was the meeting between Roosevelt and British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in August of 1941. The two leaders deliberated on potential strategies and mutual goals. While Roosevelt was keen on supporting the Allies further, he understood that a clear and direct reason was essential for the U.S. to commit militarily. That defining moment arrived in December 1941, with the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor propelling the United States into the Second World War.
Warping to Stargate.
As Germany conquered Europe, Japan set about acquiring the territories necessary for their co-prosperity. Beyond their gains in China, Japan incorporated French Indochina with German consent on September 22, 1940, occupying the former colonies until the Vichy French authorities bowed to the Japanese demands 4 days later. The next day, Japan signed the Tripartite Pact, concluding a defensive alliance with Germany and Italy against the United States, who, by this time, had sought to cripple Japan's war effort with harsh sanctions and embargoes on much-needed resources like machine tools, aviation fuel, and scrap metal. The need for these resources, coupled with fears of an eventual oil embargo, drove Japan further toward establishing their co-prosperity sphere, which was deemed vital for the ongoing war in China. At home, the Japanese public were galvanized into support of the empire through intense repression and propaganda. Anti-subversion laws and controls over the intelligentsia were implemented to discourage liberal tendencies. Education on all levels was revoked to indoctrinate the youth, shaping them as future assets for Japanese supremacy over Asia and the Pacific. Imperial propagandists incorporated Shinto religious traditions in this effort, forming a state-sanctioned cult which served the empire's interest first and foremost. Above all this, Hirohito reigned as the divine figurehead, Emperor Showa. It was under his name that Japanese fighters dedicated their famous Banzai battle cry, charging recklessly into the enemy with bayonets, swords, or in the cockpit of a diving aircraft.
Warping to Stargate.
Militarily, resources of the co-prosperity sphere would be secured under a national resource zone, which stretched from Burma to Melanesia. To protect this zone, the newly conquered territories would be defended by the army, while the navy secured its ocean lanes. This daunting task of naval superiority in the Pacific was made attainable thanks to Japan withdrawing from the Washington Naval Limitation Treaty in 1937, giving the Navy ample time to construct some of the largest battleships ever built, like the Yamato and the Musashi. At the same time, senior staff held doubts about these super battleships, urging those in government to shift focus toward air power and submarines needed for the national defense zone. Of those senior staff, the most notable was its Commander-in-Chief Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, who was a longtime believer in naval aviation, something which played a key role in his plans for Operation Z, the attack on Pearl Harbor. Operation Z envisioned a preemptive strike on the U.S. Pacific Fleet and her aircraft carriers, taking advantage of a delayed American response to quickly invade and occupy all of the planned southern resource zones. On December 7, 1941, combined elements of Japan's first air fleet attacked without a declaration of war. 350 aircraft attacked Pearl Harbor and military bases on Oahu, with the U.S. Navy losing 4 battleships, 188 aircraft, and 2,400 sailors over the next 4 hours. The Japanese Navy only lost 29 aircraft and 55 pilots. Soon after, Japan invaded the Philippines, Singapore, and the rest of Southeast Asia with little resistance from the Allied nations. The surprise nature of these invasions succeeded thanks to the competence of Japanese commanders, with examples like the Malay operation under General Tomoyuki Yamashita seeing the entire peninsula captured by the 25th Army in a blitzkrieg assault that lasted only 70 days. On the home front, a mixture of excitement and anxiety lingered among the public. No lantern parades rang out like after the capture of Nanking. Instead, the Japanese expressed resolve in the face of a waking giant. By the end of 1941, the U.S. military faced challenges in terms of training and equipment. With less than 1,000 modern fighter planes combat ready, there was a pressing need for swift action. Roosevelt responded by setting ambitious production targets, a planned creation of 60,000 planes, 45,000 tanks, 20,000 anti-aircraft guns, and 500,000 machine guns over the course of 1942. The War Production Board was initiated, overseeing the monumental task of converting civilian industries into wartime production units. Companies like Ford transitioned from cars to aircraft, while Lionel switched from toy trains to nautical equipment. Roosevelt's strategy was clear: outproduce the enemies at every juncture to deny their progress. As men left for the front lines, women stepped into roles in factories, fueling the war effort. In the early months of 1942, the Pacific Theater witnessed intense combat between U.S. and Japanese forces. The Doolittle raid boosted American morale, while the Battle of the Coral Sea halted the Japanese advance toward Australia. In the Philippines, American and Philippine troops made a last stand at Bataan before succumbing. This defeat led to the harrowing Bataan Death March, where thousands of captured soldiers endured brutal conditions and treatments by their Japanese captors. As these confrontations unfolded, June brought about a pivotal change. U.S. intelligence anticipated a major Japanese offensive against Midway Island. Prepared for the onslaught, American forces confronted a superior Japanese fleet. Despite the odds, U.S. aircraft managed to break through hostile fire, achieving a pivotal success. Dive bombers sank the Japanese carriers Soryu, Kaka, and Akagi within a matter of minutes. The Hiryu was later sunk the next day. In late 1942, Allied landings in Guadalcanal left the Japanese isolated into pockets of resistance, allowing the Allies to bypass them for bigger targets. Over 1943, the Japanese defense of the occupied Gilbert and Marshall Islands was marked by fierce fighting on both land and sea, with the Japanese suffering heavy losses due to the superior firepower of the Allied forces. The Midway victory signified a major shift, propelling the U.S. into its strategic island-hopping campaign, methodically advancing toward the Japanese mainland. The European theater began with Operation Torch in November 1942, starting with North Africa, a region where Germany and Italy had secured strategic coastal holds. Axis forces also controlled vast portions of the northern Mediterranean coast, which prevented Allied shipping in the region. Given the tensions between Britain and France's territorial interests, the American forces, led by General Dwight Eisenhower, bore the brunt of the operation. In North Africa, the US faced seasoned German forces for the first time. At the Battle of Kasserine Pass, the US suffered a considerable setback against the famed Afrika Korps, grappling with poor leadership, ill-chosen defensive positions, and communication issues, leading to isolated units and equipment deficiencies. Their tanks, especially the M3 Lee, struggled against the superior German panzers. However, these early setbacks proved invaluable. Learning rapidly from their mistakes and underestimating the enemy's prowess, the Allies eventually trapped the Axis in northeastern Tunisia, forcing a surrender. This campaign exposed areas for improvement, but also laid the groundwork for future successes by providing essential combat experience. After their engagements in North Africa, the US recognized the strategic importance of securing the Mediterranean. Here, the Allies launched Operation Husky in July 1943. This invasion of Sicily saw significant battles like the Battle of Gela, where American forces faced the full onslaught of combined German and Italian air raids, as well as armored assaults. With the successful capture of Sicily, the path to the Italian mainland was open. September 1943 began with the landings at Salerno, followed by the amphibious assault at Anzio. Both operations met fierce German resistance, yet the Allies pressed on, encountering bloody battles like Monte Cassino, which witnessed a series of 4 hard-fought assaults before the fortified monastery was finally taken. The push northward continued, with the Gothic Line being another formidable German defensive position the Allies had to breach. By the end of 1943, Italy officially surrendered, but the battle against the German forces in the region raged on until May 1945. The drawn-out Italian campaign tied down significant German resources. These 26 divisions, who engaged in fierce battles against the Allies in Italy, were absent from the Western Front, potentially altering the dynamics of the battles in Normandy. 1944 heralded a pivotal phase. Even as battles raged in Italy, the Allies were already plotting their next significant move, the invasion of France. The D-Day invasion, officially termed Operation Overlord, was the centerpiece of this strategy. Amidst pressure to launch a second front in France, planning for this colossal operation did so under Supreme Commander Dwight D. Eisenhower's supervision. The strategy was audacious. Choosing Normandy as the invasion point was unexpected, given its challenging terrain and lack of ports. Eisenhower banked on this very unpredictability to catch the Germans off guard. The scale of Operation Overlord was staggering. Its enormity is best described in the American Heritage New History of World War II. The scope of Overlord defies imagination. One comparison is that Overlord was the equivalent of moving the Wisconsin cities of Green Bay, Racine, and Kenosha, every man, woman, and child, with every vehicle across Lake Michigan in one night.
Warp drive active.
The invasion of Normandy, codenamed Operation Overlord, commenced in the late hours of June 5th, 1944, as an armada of C-47 transport planes carrying the American 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions made its way toward the Cotentin Peninsula. The elite paratroopers were entrusted with the crucial task of paving the way for the seaborne forces landing at Utah Beach just after dawn. The 101st would secure the causeways between the towns of Saint-Martin-du-Verreyville and Poupeville, while the 82nd would capture the crossroads at the town of Saint-Mère-Église and secure the vital bridges across the Mérida River at Chef-du-Pont and La Fière-Menor. However, things go awry almost immediately as thick inland cloud cover and intense ground fire complicated things for the pilots. In the resulting chaos, most paratroopers miss their drop zones entirely as they are scattered all across the peninsula. Those who land safely nonetheless manage to quickly form makeshift units as they make their way to the nearest objective.
Oh God, turn around.
In most cases, the confused German defenders are quickly overwhelmed. Sault-Mère-Église becomes the first French town to be liberated at around 4:30 a.m. as men of the 82nd dig in for the expected counterattack at the La Fière-Menor and Chef du Pont bridges to the west. The bulk of the 101st due east, in the meantime, are in the process of clearing the 5 causeways to the landing beach, where the invasion force anchored just offshore is about to make its approach. The fleet's target was a 5-kilometer stretch of flat sandy beach just east of the airborne drop zones, codenamed Utah Beach.